चार हम अपना दे सकते हैं उन्हें
this side हो
एक विभाग के द्वारा
Gracias.
चलिए ओके
नहीं कर दिया सर हाँ कर दिया हम यहीं खाली वहाँ पर रखा है इसका अपूर्ण या बुलेट मोमबत्ती
Information Technology. MIGHTY Government of India is an organization creating indigenous futuristic technology solutions to address the grand challenges of the country, from socio-economic empowerment to strategic sector to space missions. C-DAC could craft answers to large-scale problems which have been perennially affecting India. October 1999, the super cyclone hits the east coast of India. 10,000 humans lost lives, 2 lakhs animals killed, 25 lakhs people marooned. April 2019, cyclone Fani hits the same area. Fatalities less than 100. Over 12 lakhs residents evacuated in Wuhan. 26 lakhs warning messages sent and fishermen in the sea were traced and brought back. The country geared up to such efficient disaster management and accurate weather prediction utilizing supercomputers and edge technologies and solutions like Anuman for forecasting weather and floods and early warning systems to detect GLOF, Glacial Lake Outburst Flood. As for health disasters, when polio vaccine was developed in the 1950s, it had taken 50 years of research and trials, and in 2020, India came out with an effective vaccine for COVID-19 within a single year. The Indian health research sector has such remarkable success stories owing to bioinformatics solutions in genome sequencing, drug discovery, and drug repurposing using dedicated supercomputers and frontier technologies. Backbone of our economy, agriculture, have been highly dependent on weather and obsolete agri-practices for ages. But today, farmers take informed decisions leading to better productivity with initiatives such as Haritapriya for precision farming, quality assaying of agricultural produce, farmer advisory and weather forecasting systems, Anna Darpan for estimating quality of rice, e-Nose for tea testing and Sufal Bangla Agri-Price Information Service. As for citizen safety, emergency response support system guarantees 24/7 assistance in any kind of emergency with one single helpline number 112. Similarly, National Common Mobility Card NCMC ensures smooth transit in the cities, eliminating long queues and hassles of money exchange. We are a nation of 1.25 billion people with 22 official languages, more than 1,000 dialects, and there are 12,000 plus governmental websites for information and services for citizens. Machine translation technologies make it possible to communicate with the multilingual communities in their own local language. They include Mantra, machine-assisted translation tool, Prabodh, Pravini, and Pragya for learning Indian languages through artificial intelligence. Media Prabha, a multimedia-based self-tutoring application for learning Hindi. Contester, a machine-assisted translation system. And GoTranslate, an online translation framework. Success is not a destination, but a journey. C-DAC embarked on its journey in 1988 as a retort to the denial of supercomputers by the technological giants, and we have fittingly responded by installing a fleet of 57 high-performance computers across the globe.
You know, C-DAC was born in 1988, and being a founder member, I'm very proud to say that we have reached to a level that we have crafted the newer programs for the newer generation and the future which is required for India. So if you see the technological roadmap, we have 4 major areas. One is the core R&D, that's computing, computer interface, 5G, image processing, AI, ML, microprocessor, and quantum computing. We have research and development in bioinformatics, CFD, blockchain, accessibility, language and heritage computing, cybersecurity, cyber forensic, geospatial, and robotics. In strategic and defense sector, we are working applications, AR, VR, smart cities, governance, health informatics, power sector, agriculture. And
Honorable Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am, Scientist G and Group Coordinator R&D in Cybersecurity and UIDI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, my seniors and colleague scientists from C-DAC and MIT, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. I welcome you all to the International Symposium on Security Engineering for Trusted Cyberspace 2024. In the next 45 minutes that follow, we will be exploring the research and development work being carried out at C-DAC Patna. This will be followed by 2 tutorial sessions. I would like to call upon Sri Gaurav Kumar, Scientist C at C-DAC Patna, to give a brief about C-DAC Patna. Sri Gaurav graduated from the Malviya National Institute of Technology, MNIT Jaipur, in 2016 with a BTech degree in Electronics and Communication Engineering. He has over 7 years experience in domains such as cybersecurity, machine learning, and deep learning. He has worked in areas ranging from elliptic curve cryptography to the intricate nuances of ransomware analysis, including detection and recovery strategies in cybersecurity, fraud analytics, explainable artificial intelligence, face recognition, behavioral analytics, and natural language processing. Prior to joining C-DAC, he has worked with reputed multinational firms, including the Cyber and Intelligence Division at MasterCard and SAP Labs. Over to you, Gaurav.
Thank you, and good morning everyone. I hope I am audible. So this is a brief session about C-DAC, going through all the products and services provided by C-DAC. So as you can see here, C-DAC being the R&D lab of the Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, we have taken multiple domains to work. Each of these segments represents a particular domain. So through this slide, go through all the domains we are working in. So this is basic about C-DAC from where we started. So since our inception in 1980, we have been working in advanced computing and technology domains. So we started as a supercomputing mission, and we set up first supercomputing in 1988. Now this is our high performance computing mission, and HPC, where we have different phases in national supercomputing mission. So this slide basically reflects about what are the different missions and what are the different supercomputers we have built till now, and what are the upcoming supercomputers we have planned. Starting with 838 teraflops, till now we have so we are moving towards around 3. So this represents the super HPC series, where we are aiming for Param Siddhi, which is 20 petaflops. Petaflops represents the computing capacity of a supercomputer. And this HPC is also linked to quantum computing, and we are working in quantum computing domain as well. We have a lot of projects under quantum computing mission. We are currently working on quantum accelerators, and we are working also in developing our indigenous quantum computing tools and libraries. I am moving a bit faster. Let me know if you have any questions in between. So this slide basically encapsulates the Param series of supercomputers that has been developed till now, and that is going to be developed in the future also. So we have discussed this. We have achieved multiple milestones in the series, and we are in the process also. Then quantum and supercomputing will be merged, and we will have one of the most advanced supercomputers in our country. Indigenously, we have one processor that is called Vega processor, that is built on this architecture, and
screen share
developed by C-DAC. It works on small systems, and it's based on this architecture. It can be used for small applications, and we are in process of developing some microcontrollers or OS related. So these are encapsulates
चालू
all
करा
the
ना
strategic defense sectors
वो छे
and as well as defense communication as well.
ये शेयर कर देंगे जो
And these
इंग्लिश
are
पे है
the
ना वो
strategic projects
देखेगा हमारा
where
नहीं समझे
we
बात पे
have uh,
स्किल सेकंड क्या होता है पता है
we have shown our presence and we are working in this direction.
इस जगह ना वो देखेंगे
So this is the glimpse of electronic products developed by
स्क्रीन शेयरिंग
STAC,
हटा दो
and
स्टॉप शेयर
each one has its own significance in
जो हम
different
इस पे क्लिक
sectors.
करेंगे ना
We
तो
have
वो देखेगा ये हट
unmanned
जाएगा वीडियो ये
vehicles, we
वीडियो चलने
have
लगेगा नहीं बताने लगते हैं लोग
submarine systems, then we have acoustic landmine detection systems. So these are the systems that have been developed
म्यूट
by
कर दो
STAC that is
ये जब
helping in
वीडियो स्टॉप वीडियो कर देगा
building our country
म्यूट कर दो
towards more Atmanirbhar. Now, moving towards the different sectors where we are working on, one is health informatics. Here in this area, we have worked with ISSETC that is developed, designed by C-DAC Patna, and we are working with multiple hospitals, e-Susut, e-Rakpost, and different other products have been developed by C-DAC Patna. Now, moving towards the e-governance and emergency response, again we have a lot of products ranging in different domains, be it in emergency response or be it for the e-governance sector, such as e-signing, SSO, and it's a kind of holistic solution provider we are building. Now, moving towards the cyber security, and here we have also worked in different domains, be it from cyber forensics, cryptography, network security, or building the critical infrastructure for strategic sectors, be it in malware forensics or malware threat analysis, be it in HPC cloud security or be it in mobile security. We have presence in almost every facet which is coming in cyber security domain. Software solutions, we have BOSS, that is Bharat Operating System Solutions, developed, designed by C-DAC. Another software solution, Meghdut, again it's a free and open source cloud suite based on OpenStack. Now we are also working on multilingual computing, where we will be working on different languages, Indian languages, and the computing related to this, be it in the form of AI or be it in the form of documentation. Now, apart from working in different R&D projects, R&D tools, and R&D products, we have also delivering training systems, and we have designed multiple courses catering to the need of current graduates working in technology sector, and these are the gist of all the courses that is being provided by C-DAC. We are also working on upskilling sections where we are doing certain sessions, providing faculty development programs, yes, and these areas are basically listed here. So we are basically covering entire gamut of technology presented in the software section. Now, we are working on next gen business system where we are working on Industry 4.0 revolution, and here are different segments where we will be engaging for building a holistic next gen education system. This slide basically shows our business presence, and we have presence across multiple continents, be it in Africa, be it in Asia, be it in South America, or be it in Europe. So we have business presence and we are working with partners as well. Coming back to this Patna. So this represents C-DAC Patna. This slide represents C-DAC Patna, and here these are the different important places to mention about C-DAC Patna. And now we will be moving towards what we are doing in C-DAC Patna. So again, as just about C-DAC, C-DAC is working in the same motto, with the same motto as with C-DAC and NTT and the government of India, in different domains such as artificial intelligence, cybersecurity, cyber forensics, and Internet of Things. This slide shows about our strength and how we are doing. Since our success in 2022, we started as C-DAC percentage in 2020, and since then we have grown to this level. We have reached approximately 75 plus professionals, and we have different projects coming, and we have different products delivered, and we have also many students, professionals in achieving their goal. Okay, so in this domain we are working. So this slide basically shows that we are working in the different domains ranging from AI, IoT, be it knowledge assessment, be it on digital twin, be it on drone technology, be it on cyber security, forensics, or its quantum. Basically, our presence is in almost all the hot topics currently trending. And these are the first areas where C-DAC department is currently working, be it tourism, heritage, be it on e-governance, be it on strategic sectors as well, security, and be it on health, education, agriculture, smart city. This slide is the basic infrastructure of C-DAC department. We are currently located in this command tower near Gandhi Maidan, Patna, at 14th floor. This slide basically shows us about our presence and capital at C-DAC Patna. Now, this is our main focus, the state-of-the-art labs which we have established in C-DAC Patna. Bharat lab that is helping different sectors in doing the high performance computing part, be it related to artificial intelligence, be it related to some other projects which require high computational capacity. Now we are also working in advanced analytics and artificial intelligence domain, and we have a dedicated lab that we are working in IoT, and we have a dedicated lab for that also. Now there is cybersecurity and forensics lab dedicated for security operations. Now we have Krishna lab, which I will discuss later. This is dedicated for certain sectors related to developing those products where we are working in cybersecurity and related to strategic sectors. Then we have other different labs. These are just state-of-the-art labs dedicated for their state-of-the-art projects, products, and research. So starting from Paramudra, which is AI is available for computing facility available at C-DAC Patna. We have put up of AI available in the system, and we are so basically our pedagogue is defined as our floating point operations per second, and we are offering up to pedagogue operations per second at C-DAC Patna. And again our IITs and government colleges, they are engaged in these facilities, and we are yet to enhance the facility as well. Advanced analytics and artificial intelligence lab. So here we are working on hot topics such as machine learning, deep learning, and projects related to that. Be it industry innovation, be it quality education, be it good health and healthcare. This slide represents the multiple products that have been developed in AI domain. Be it glance, be it computing online and analysis using AI computing, or we are also working in few projects such as time analysis translation, which is one of its own kind. We are also working in healthcare using AI for healthcare, and we are also working with DRS. So this is cybersecurity functions lab, and we are also working with different products and this. So apart from this,
this experiment showed that light is a particle. So now we observe that light is a particle and also a wave. And we see that electron is also a particle and also a wave. So this was the outcome of these two experiments. Later, he probably came and he took the two equations, one from the photoelectric effect and another from the Einstein's energy mass relation, and showed that every matter has some wavelength, that is lambda is equal to h upon mv. So every matter can be treated as a wave with the following wavelength. So now we will be looking at what the word quantum denotes. So quantum denotes the smallest possible discrete unit as opposed to the continuous value. So we have seen that in classical mechanics, energy or angular momentum or any other quantity can take continuous values. But in the case of quantum, only certain discrete values are allowed. So there are certain experiments to show this. Okay, so to show the quantum or discreteness, various experiments were conducted. One of these is the C-DAC experiment, where the electrically neutral particles were sent to the magnetic field, and it was thought that the pattern that is shown by the board, that this is continuous pattern, the particles will still fit in that way. But the observation was the fifth point that some of the particles had spin up where deflected towards the upside, and some particles which has spin down were deflected towards down. And various other configurations were taken, and it was observed that we do not get continuous spin values. Instead, we get two discrete values. So another experiment that showed discreteness is the property of energy is where we take a cloud of atoms, heat it, and as it glows, the light is passed through the prism, and we obtain certain spectra, known as energy level atomic spectrum. And here also we see that there are discrete values instead of continuous. So this also shows the discreteness of the quantum particles. Next. Next. So what is quantum computing? So as we have observed this phenomenon, now we want to use certain properties of the quantum physics such as superposition, entanglement, quantum information, quantum interference to perform computation. So, in the case of classical computation, we use bits, that is zeros and ones. But now, we want to use these three properties, that is superposition, entanglement, and interference, to design certain algorithms which can solve certain kinds of problems in much less steps. So we will look at what is superposition, what is interference, and what is entanglement. Next. Superposition is the ability of a quantum system to be at multiple states at a single time. So, in classical computers, we observe that at a particular time, only a certain value of bits can be manipulated. But the quantum computing has the advantage that it can take all these solutions, create a superposition, and be at multiple states at the same time. Next. So now comes property of interference. As we observe that in the case of superposition, we have all these different solutions, but we want the correct one. So we need to destructively interfere or reduce the amplitude of incorrect solutions and increase or constructively interfere with solution, correct solution. So we need to design the algorithm such a way that out of all these superpositions we get the correct solution. Next. And one of the very strange property of the quantum physics is the entanglement, where two particles are such correlated that even if the distance is very much, the state of one particle is completely dependent on the other. Einstein used to call it a spooky action at a distance. So we have to figure out if this can be used in quantum computation. Next. So as we discussed, the basic unit of classical information is bit. It is either 0 or 1 at a single time. But in the case of quantum computation, we have a qubit in which we can linearly combine 0 and 1, and alpha and beta in this case denotes the probability amplitude. If we make alpha square, we can say that the probability of collapsing of this state in 0 is alpha square. And to make this simple, we use a block sphere to represent the quantum state. In this case, on the z-axis, the north pole denotes the 0 state and the south pole denotes 1, and anywhere in between is the superposition of the both states. Different quantum computing software technologies used are discrete by IBM, using developed by C-DAC, served by Google, Sharp by Microsoft, Ocean by Wave, and Intelligent. Different hardware technologies are superconducting circuits, trap ions, silicon dots, topological logic qubits, nitrogen vacancies, and photonics. These devices have some devices have the capability of scaling, whereas some have stable states. So depending upon the usage, we select devices from this list. By designing quantum gates, quantum algorithms, we use these collection of gates where the state is manipulated as I have shown on the blocks there. The state can be moved from one place to another using these expedited advanced gates that are single bit gates, and the last one is the control one that is multiple bit gates. To design quantum algorithms, we take the gates from previous slides, combine them, and then design the algorithms. So yeah. Thank you. This is all about quantum computing and quantum mechanics. If there are any questions, we can take it up.
Would break for some time and we will start the inaugural session at 11:30. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. This is break and refreshments served outside, so please enjoy the refreshments outside.
अभी चला नहीं है।
All respected members are requested to kindly take your seats. A very good morning. Honorable Shri Umesh Kumar Sir, IAS and Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Ms. Tulika Pandey, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, R&D, Cybersecurity and UI, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India. Shri Arvind Gupta Sir, IPS, DIIT Deputy Director, Bihar Police Academy, Rajgir. Dr. R.K. Mishra Sir, Deputy Director and State Information Officer, Government of India. Shri Jitendra Singh Gangwar Sir, IPS, ADG Headquarters, Bihar Police. And Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha Sir, Scientist G and Director, C-DAC Patna and Kolkata. My seniors and colleague scientists from C-DAC and MIT, and other esteemed guests from Bihar Police, IIT Patna, startups and industry. At the outset, I extend my warm greetings to one and all present here. We are all proud and fortunate to be here today on the occasion of the International Symposium plus Cyberspace 2024 at the holy land of Buddha and the Mahavira, which we know as Rajgir. I would like to take this opportunity to briefly introduce the historical city of Rajgir, which means the city of kings. It was the first capital of the ancient kingdom of Magadha, and this place is sacred because of its association with the two religions of Jainism and Buddhism. Not far from here are the ruins of the Nalanda Mahavihara, which was one of the greatest centers of learning in the ancient world. I request the dignitaries, Shri Umesh Kumar Sir, Ms. Tulika Pandey Ma'am, Shri Arvind Kumar Gupta Sir, Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha Sir, to kindly come on the stage and take your seats. let us embark on this knowledge-packed journey by lighting the lamp of wisdom to expel the darkness of ignorance. I humbly request Sri Aditya Kumar Sinha to kindly escort our honorable guest, Sri Bhuvneshwar Master, Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am, to light the lamp. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. In keeping with our holy tradition to seek the blessings of Goddess Saraswati, I request all the honorable members of the house to kindly rise for the Saraswati Vandana. Thank you, everyone. Now I request Sri Aditya Kumar Sinha sir to kindly welcome Sri Bhuvneshwar Master. Thank you, sir. I now request Ms. Neena Desai ma'am, Scientist E, C-DAC Kolkata, to welcome Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Kunal Abhishek, sir. Please pardon me. I now request Shri Jitesh Chaudhary, sir, Center Head, C-DAC Silchar, to kindly felicitate Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, sir. Thank you, sir. I request Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha, sir, to kindly come forward and present the welcome address.
Good morning to all of you. This is myself, Additional Secretary ISS, Ministry of Electronics and IT, Government of India. Mr. Tulika Pandey, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, MIT Government of India. Mr. General Ravi Chaudhary Ji, Scientist H, National Technical Services, Government of India. Dignitaries on the dais, after the dais, expert speakers, C-DAC Center Heads, Vigasa Supervisor, Jitesh is here. C-DAC colleagues, faculty members of the premium institutions of the country. We have police force, we have IGSR, DISI to join, is joining. ADG home is already been there, is joined online. So welcome you, sir. Participants, speakers, and the press media. On behalf of the online community, it's my great pleasure to extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you to this International Symposium on Security Engineering or Trusted Space. We are honored and delighted to have such distinguished experts, scholars, and professionals gathered here today to engage in discussion and exchange insights on one of the most pressing issues of our times, ensuring the security and trustworthiness of cyberspace. The Symposium is organized at the Rajgir, a sanctuary of serenity, bears witness to divine grace and historical significance. Nestled in the embrace of Nalanda University, a bastion of ancient wisdom, it beckons us with its timeless allure. You might have experienced that. Merely 65 kilometers away lies Bodh Gaya, the sacred nucleus of Buddhism, where the great Buddha attained enlightenment. In today's interconnected world, cyberspace plays a pivotal role in almost every aspect of our lives, from communications and commerce to governance and healthcare. However, with this increased reliance comes the inevitable challenges of safeguarding our digital space. The symposium serves as a vital platform for us to come together as a global community to address the challenges heads-on. Over the next few years, next few days, we have the opportunity to delve deep into the latest advancement strategies, and best practices in security engineering with a focus on fostering trust and resilience in cyberspace. Our agenda is packed with engaging keynote speeches, panel discussions, technical sessions, and workshops, all designed to provide valuable insights and foster meaningful collaborations. I encourage each of you to actively participate, share your expertise, and contribute to the enriching dialogue that lies at the heart of the symposium. As we embark upon this collective journey towards a most secure and trusted cyberspace, let us remain mindful of the profound impact our work can have on individuals, organizations, and societies at large. By harnessing our collective knowledge, innovations, and determinations, I am confident that we can overcome even the most daunting of challenges and paving the way for a safer digital future. We are deeply honored and filled with joy to have the esteemed presence of dignitaries from across the region gracing this occasion. Their blessings and unwavering support hold tremendous significance for us, especially for the young and dedicated team of C-DAC Patna and other C-DAC centers. We are truly grateful to each and every one of you for your invaluable contributions and encouragements. Firstly, I extend a heartfelt welcome to Mr. Bhuvnesh Kumarji, IAS, Additional Secretary to the Government of India. Sir, your presence here adds immense value to our symposium, and we are grateful for your support and participation. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to Sri Jitesh Singh Gangwar, sir, ADG Home, Government of Bihar. Your presence underscores the importance of collaborations between different levels of government in ensuring cyber security and building trusted digital space. A special welcome to Ms. Tulika Pandey, Scientist G and Group Coordinator at MIT, Government of India. Madam, your expertise and insights are invaluable as we navigate the complexities of cyber security and work towards building a safer digital ecosystem. A hearty welcome to Dr. P.K. Saxena, PSA Fellow, Office of PSA to Government of India, and former Director SAC, DIDO, Major General Retired Ravi Chaudhary, sir, VSM, and he is Scientist H in NTRO, Commodore Retired S. Bombay, Sri Pranav Prakash, Sri V.K. Sharma, sir, Director C-DAC Mohali, Dr. R.T. Noor, Sri Jitesh Chaudhary, Center Head Science, Dr. A.T. Rajan, Center Head Chennai, Professor Tripathi and Professor Haldar from IIT Patna, faculty members of different institutions, experts from states, Chennai, will also present on this occasion in parts insightful sessions. We have the students coming from different institutions, startups and experts from various organizations. They are a little delayed. They are joining us in another 10 minutes. They are on the way. I welcome all speakers for taking out their time to grace the event on a very short notice. I welcome media persons for coming for this important event and covering it. I welcome all my C-DAC teams to this event and giving all our guests a unique experience. Once again, to all our esteemed guests, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Your contributions and perspective will undoubtedly enrich our discussions and help us chart a path towards a more secure and trustworthy cyberspace. May this symposium be a source of inspirations, learning, and collaborations for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your words of wisdom. I now request Sri Jitendra Singh Gangwar, sir, to address the August gathering. He will be joining us online. I would like to take this opportunity to welcome Shri Jiten Singh Langwasa, IPS, ADG Headquarters, Bihar Police.
Yes. Right. Hello, yeah. Can I start now?
Yes, sir, please start.
Yeah. Uh, Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all for this distinguished international symposium on security engineering of trusted cyberspace. It's indeed a privilege to join, albeit through video conferencing and remote location, this distinguished gathering out there, especially the esteemed guests and the chief guest of today's symposium, Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar ji, Additional Secretary, Mighty Government of India, Ms. Tulika Pandey ji, who is a Senior Scientist and Group Coordinator for Cyber Security and UIDAI, Mighty Government of India, and Shri Adit Kumar Sinha ji, my friend, Senior Scientist at Patna, who has always been a help to Police Department. He is heading the C-DAC Patna and Kolkata. All other distinguished speakers, participants, and dear friends. Let me say something about myself. I am Jiten Singh Gangwar. I am ADG Bihar Police. I did my engineering from IIT Roorkee, and in the last about 30 years I am in Bihar Police working in different capacities. So our area of interest in the Bihar Police has also been innovative use of technology for better police service delivery. This symposium on security engineering for trusted cyberspace assumes greater significance today as it is being held in the historic city of the Rajgir. As we all know, this Rajgir city was once the capital of the country. So this occasion is not a conference, just a conference. It is in fact a beacon of hope for a safer digital future that we have gathered here to envision and build. I believe and I am confident that this two-day symposium, which we are deliberating from today, it is going to be a timely event. It is crucial gathering for brainstorming, discussion, and strategizing on securing our cyberspace. Today's world, we all are connected, always connected, 24/7. We are either hooked to one technology or the other. In fact, our lives are intricately woven with digital threats. The security of our online world is not just a priority now, but it has become a fundamental necessity. Digital identity are as much important as the physical identity and the well-being. You can kill a person, there is an Indian penal code for that, but online reputation can also be killed through online malware and misinformation. So as far as we are concerned, our digital identity and digital space takes a priority nowadays. We also understand that our task is immensely complex and paramount importance need to be attached for safeguarding the critical government infrastructure as well as protecting our citizens' personal data. Both of them should find an equal measure. On the one hand, there is a large number of people who are connected to internet in cyberspace. So their personal data, their personal identity, their bank account, their details, their social life, their personal life, pictures, they need to be protected. On the other hand, large government machinery, infrastructure, civic infrastructures, important critical infrastructures, they are also connected, giving services, they also need to be protected. The theme of this symposium, that is the security engineering protection cyberspace, could not be more timely and apt. In Bihar Police, we recognize the multifaceted nature of the cyber threats and the indispensable role of advanced technology in combating these challenges. We aim in Bihar Police not only to react to cyber threats, but also to proactively engineer and inherently secure and trustworthy cyberspace. I'll just take 1 minute here to mention that 1930 is the National Cyber Security Helpline, of which Bihar Police has taken already the important steps to maintain it. We are having around 90 seated 24/7 helpline which is working round the clock. At the country level, we are in the top 3 states where almost all the complaints are being registered now. Recently, in the last 1 year, we have opened 44 cyber police stations in the 44 districts. Technically, we are having 40 districts, and 4 districts are spread in the railway district. So GRP is also having the cyber thana. That means each and every district is now having the cyber police station. We are having 1930 cyber thana. We are trying to mitigate as many cyber complaints as possible, investigate them, catch the criminal, and prosecute them. But this is only the one part of the story. The other part of the story is that how to develop a secure cyberspace in which less and less cyber criminals find penetration, and if they find penetration, in less and less time, how can we make a resilient system which can spring back to its original shape, and how we minimize the damage. So damage control, penetration-proof systems is also the need of the hour at this stage. I believe this symposium will enable the convergence of such a diverse group of stakeholders at this symposium. I also believe that senior government officials, researchers, strategic thinkers, law enforcement, all are assembled there. This will create a unique opportunity. It's a platform to exchange best practices, explore the cutting-edge solutions, and collectively chart a path towards the cyberspace that is not only safer but also resilient against the threats of tomorrow. I hope that during this symposium, each one will dive deep into the discussions on the complexities of the cybersecurity, the latest technological advancements, and the global perspective on the cyber threats and defenses. These discussions will enlighten us and equip us with the tools, strategies, and insights needed to navigate the ever-evolving landscape of cyber threats. Cyber security is increasingly vital for the police force and other law enforcement agencies as well to navigate the complexities of the digital age effectively. Our role in combating cybercrime ranging from cyber frauds on the one hand to hacking and attack on the critical infrastructure on the other hand is all necessitates robust cyber security measures for gathering and analyzing digital evidence and tracking down perpetrators. The experience of the police force highlights the importance of protecting sensitive data, such as criminal records, intelligence, from cyber threats to maintain confidentiality and integrity. In addition to securing the data, cyber security is also essential for ensuring secure communication channels within and across various law enforcement agencies as well. Our whole communication is now digital, and any attack on such communication channel will hamper the speed of our operation analysis. We understand this. The police force effort to protect essential infrastructure underscore the broader implications of the cyber security on public safety and national security. The police challenge in dealing with cyber threats have underscored the need for continuous training and awareness programs. These initiatives equip officers with the skill to recognize and respond to cyber threats, manage secure operations online, and understand the evolving landscape of cyber threats. The deployment of advanced cybersecurity tools and technologies have become indispensable for the police force, enabling them to conduct sophisticated investigations and safeguard their digital infrastructure. Through these efforts and experiences, law enforcement, including the police force, has become better equipped to address cybersecurity challenges, protect the public, and secure the integrity of the digital landscape. This symposium, I hope, will serve as a vital link for fostering collaboration. The battle against cybercrime cannot be won in isolation. Strengthening partnership among law enforcement, academia, private sector, international bodies is crucial. Through these synergies only, we can develop comprehensive strategies, share critical intelligence, and implement effective measures to protect our digital identities. I am confident that the deliberations and collaborations will be richly protected over the next 2 days. Ragi has a beautiful scenic beauty and some beautiful weather right now. Although I could not come because of my preoccupations and important engagements at Patna. But I believe that the symposium will come out with the innovative ideas, strategic pathways, partnership, and actionable solutions. Let's build a cyberspace together that is not just secure but also resilient, creative, and trustworthy, ensuring a prosperous and safe future to all. Once again, I thank you for being at Ragi, for being in Bihar. Your commitment to this vital cause and your contribution to a secure digital world. With hope and determination, let's embark on this journey together towards a trusted cyberspace for everyone. And in the last, but not the least, I want to immensely thank C-DAC Patna for organizing such an important event here in Bihar in the scenic beauty of the Ragi, especially which is now the often looked upon destination in Bihar. I also want to applaud the team of C-DAC Patna for tackling the tough issue of recovery from ransomware attack. I believe they are working on some solutions where if ransomware threat comes and files are encrypted, how to decrypt them, that is going to be a big breakthrough. I wish all the success and I wish all the best as the C-DAC Patna continue to address challenging problems and work toward keeping our online spaces safe and trustworthy. And in the last, I thank all the participants who have taken time out for this international symposium. Have come together. Let's collectively give our thought to whatever we are having in our mind over the next 2 days, so that we come out with the actionable solutions. I look forward to the C-DAC Patna team at Patna, where we can discuss the solutions which are found and how the police can help them, or at least we can understand the two sides of the situation together. So thank you everyone for being there, and thank you C-DAC Patna for inviting me for this international symposium. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable message. I now request Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am to share what's the theme of the symposium.
I also would like to thank respected conversar for finding time to participate in this discussion. I would also like to thank Arvind sir, who is expected to join us soon, to be here. I actually would like to, state a big It is indeed a pleasure that we could bring this important discussion to the state of Bihar. And this would happen because of the guidance and support from my District Secretary, Bhubaneswar, Government of India, who is always ready to extend all our support for this initiative. He has tried to be present in all these discussions that we have tried to hold across the country, and we were fortunate that we started an exercise way back in November with Sir's guidance, and we have now reached to the state of Bihar. So we started from the south side of the country. We also did an event in the west, but east is a part of the country where we thought we have a lot to contribute in the core, cybersecurity technology. And I'm happy that we got this opportunity, and I would like to thank C-DAC partner, the youngest C-DAC, to have been able to make it happen. So let me also greet each one of you who are partaking in this discussion today. I would also like to mention that our Secretary Krishnan sir was keen to be a part of this discussion. Unfortunately, he did not make it, but he has been guiding us with this program. So the entire Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology understands the values of what technology, especially cybersecurity, needs, how strategic it is. And we are lucky that we are gathered here today in this scenic and historic place to discuss core technology that we need to do. So this symposium is a welcome initiative by the C-DAC partner, and it is a perfect opportunity to introspect on the way we are looking at security engineering principles for a trusted cyberspace. The question that one needs to understand is when we talk about security engineering, we apply every hub and spoke of the security of the technology that you would like to ensure to be secure. So that at every step we need to really engineer the security that we desire. And we're not talking about technology only, but the data that is traversing on it, the processes, the entire end-to-end system needs to be secure, and therefore we started to discuss cybersecurity along with engineering and privacy. So when we are sitting today in this symposium, we've seen a few papers in the morning, and over the course of today and tomorrow, you will see a lot of these discussions coming forth, not just from our experts from India, but also from Israel. I think we have experts here. We also have some experts from Singapore, and we also have some more papers that would be very interesting, not just to exchange what we know from each other, but also for our young researchers and innovators to take a cue for their future work. Sir, C-DAC Patna is the youngest center of our, all the other C-DACs, but it has established itself in the area of malware analysis. And when we came to you, sir, with the proposal that had come from them for malware analysis and cryptanalysis, there is this question as to who really has this kind of capability to possibly bring us a solution. And we were able to not just convince the experts who were examining proposals, but also our entire MITI team, as well as experts from outside. And with a lot of trepidation, whether they would ever get a ransomware key recovery as an outcome, MITI has still gone ahead and given this project support to the C-DAC Patna. So this is a, this is a memorable moment. We are launching two outcomes that C-DAC Patna was able to deliver in a first phase of the project implementation. Not two, actually three. So the first step that they have taken is to diarize all the techniques and tactics, and they have brought out a book on the deciphering techniques, tactics, and procedures of ransomwares. And the diary that it has today is an analysis from the malwares that we've seen since 1989 till 2023. And we will see the service will be releasing that book for all of us. There are two other tools that C-DAC Patna has brought out. One is a cryptographically secure random bitstream generator, which is going to have its application in cryptography. And this is, the beauty of this tool is we did not have an indigenous tool, and we today in India have our own indigenous, random bitstream generator for cryptographic use. So it's a very useful tool that has been noticed, and this is being deployed with the Indian Army for its field trials. So we have not just brought out something, but we are also testing its efficacy with the team who would really tell us as to whether we have, found success. Not just this tool, but the C-DAC team has also brought out, learning through games. So they have brought out a tool called Glass. And this tool engages multiplayer quizzes and strategic gameplays. Such that the learning experience is pretty enriched. So these two tools are really contributing in a big way for this specific area. The book that I mentioned is an outcome of a project that we funded to C-DAC Patna, as I mentioned. And this book would deliver the in-depth analysis of different ransomware families. Like I mentioned, from the 1989 to the 2023, the ransomwares that we have seen across the globe. What we've done is we've tried to diarize their techniques and tactics and procedures, and based on that, we built out some analysis methods. Now, this today will be released in the book form, sir, by you, but very soon we will convert this into a proper tool that would then aid our agencies like CERT and others who are helping us in detecting malwares and protecting us to simply plug in this tool, and it will help them to detect a lot of these zero-day malwares, at least some techniques. If there is any that leads in traces, we will be able to start with one step ahead. So that is one very wonderful outcome of the first phase of the project that is funded in C-DAC Patna. So in addition, with your guidance and support, we have started bringing out technology roadmaps for the country for the key 6 areas. And while you have already released 3 yourselves, the IoT security, the digital forensics, and the mobile security, which is a part of the endpoint security roadmap. These 3 roadmaps, we now have the 2 versions available on published on our website, and we have been inviting all stakeholders to give their inputs as to whether those technology roadmaps are complete, they needed any modifications, there are any technologies that we have missed, all of that, and therefore by the end of April or May 2024, we hope to be able to give to the country these 3 roadmaps in their final version, and which can then be adopted after the right engagement of all the different ministries and state governments. Today, SERV will be releasing the first draft of the cryptography roadmap. The roadmap is covering short-term, mid-term, and futuristic up to 2047. So when we look at the roadmap that we released, it is have a short-term till 2026, another long-term till 2030. So we have mid-term till 2030, and 2047 will be the long-term that we propose to list out the technologies that we could all together, develop for India, by India, and be used globally. So when we develop these technologies, we hope to be able to capture the global market. So just to quickly touch upon the roadmap. The roadmap is a high-level overview of different cryptographic goals, their beneficiaries, and the major outcomes. Each of these cryptographic goals will have sub-goals and are expected to accomplish by 2030 and 2047. It is a significant milestone as it will enable our country to proactively defend itself from any potential attack. I believe that this roadmap will be a secure digital infrastructure in India, and the tech targets that we are setting up for the next 3 years and beyond will include setting up of our own SBOX designs for both the encryption standards, the advanced encryption standards, the data encryption standards for both block and stream ciphers. These are going to be both for the symmetric cryptography, and we are also looking at the asymmetric cryptography, where we are targeting analysis, code-based, multivariate, hash-based cryptographic schemes. We also will promote IoT use cases for the same. So we are really looking at a very, futuristic. If we start today, maybe it's futuristic, but 2 years down the line, we may want to revisit and see whether we have covered these areas are good enough, or we need to revisit the roadmap to be more technologies. So we will also look at application-specific cryptography, and today you will listen to the bring your own encryption, right? This is very popular, popularly used to offer some kind of assurance in the cloud. But is it really the true security that we are offering? So it has been seen that the BYOE really needs to be seen by ourselves. So we'll have to examine the encryption that is being offered by the service cloud service providers, and we have to really understand whether we need to build our own BYOEs for the future assurances that we would like to bring on the cloud system. We will also go deeper into DNA cryptography. Of course, we are looking at tokenization and zero knowledge proofs. And what is most important is the hardware security module, the HSMs. And we cannot but look at AI-enabled cryptography. So when we look at the cryptography roadmap that we released by SERV now, you will see that we have tried to, include the current and the so-called immediate next technology targets that India should look at together in terms of research and also in terms of building our tools. So with that, I would like to once again express my gratitude to C-DAC Patna for giving us this platform, conducting this symposium, and also bringing out tools under the one project that we have funded to them for ransomware key recovery. It is a wonderful outcome from a single project with so many products and such a symposium that would be organized by C-DAC Patna. It enthuses me that the entire C-DAC team, the fraternity of C-DAC spread across the country, if they get together, we can achieve wonders, not just in cybersecurity, but technology as a whole. I would like to once again thank Bhuvnesh sir for guiding us and encouraging us, coming down so far and happily exploring the place. And I'm sure you'll not just get listen to technology from him, but also a lot about this place, because he has a habit of, he's a real researcher, he will do the research and everything, and will always tell us the fine points of what we have missed, which he has been doing for our technology roadmap. He has been pointing out what we have missed, and he has been guiding us as to how to take this forward. So thank you once again to all of you for being present. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for your guidance and support. I now request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly present the keynote address.
Thank you. Very good morning to all. This is Secretary ADG, Bihar Police, Shri Jitendra Singh Gangwar, my colleague from IT, Madam Tulika Pandey, on the dais Aditya Sinha, Director C-DAC, and senior participants from various government organizations, from international agencies, industries, C-DAC and MIT teams, and all the students who have joined this international symposium, and they are present in the inaugural session. I think at the outset, I would really like to thank Sinhaji and his team from C-DAC Pune, C-DAC Patna, for taking the great step of organizing this international symposium at Rajgir. I don't know whether many of you are aware, C-DAC Patna is a very, very new center. It was established in 2019, started functioning in 2020. And after that, there was a long period of COVID. So actually, if you look at the functioning of C-DAC Patna, it is in the initial 1 or 2 years. And going so far in the first 2 years itself, organizing an international symposium on a subject which is extremely important today, and that too at a place, Rajgir. So that's really a commendable step. At the same time, all of you who are present here, I really want to commend your efforts also for traveling from all the far places and coming to this place at Rajgir and taking part in this. So you, all of you who are present in this hall, really need a big hand for yourself. I'm really thankful you invited me to this place. I'm coming back to Rajgir after a long gap of roughly 18 years. I came here somewhere in December 2005, and now I have to be here in 2024. But very happy to see a lot of developments which have happened over the years. Maybe perhaps I'm coming after a long time, so to me the difference is very stark and very visible. And it's a very, very positive sign. I'm happy to be here and see all these positive signs happening in the state of Bihar, the lot of developments which have happened. I just took a small round of the city and found many new things have come up. I think this, the Jungle Safari, the Glass Bridge, and many other places, they have come up beautifully well. Perhaps we need to sell them in a better way so that we attract more tourists to this place. Incidentally, Rajgir was the first capital of the Magadha Empire. So that way, if you say India in its initial form as Bharat or in the Magadha Empire, so this was the place, this was the first capital of India. So it's a very right place to be here today for this international symposium. And within the state of Bihar also, I think this place is coming up very well as a center for IT growth. I think state government has set up a large part of land where a lot of industries are going to come up here, and many other initiatives are being taken in this part. So I think there are a lot of universities here, there are very progressive institutions. So their participation is extremely important in this conference. Now, coming back to the subject, I think it's a very vast subject and need of the hour. The growth of IT and the related usage of the internet is growing at a pace which is really unprecedented. I mean, in a country like India, which has a large population, but still having a billion plus mobile subscribers is no mean thing. And there are about 800 million people who use the internet. So these are very big numbers. So many people who are using the internet. But at the same time, we keep hearing all sorts of negative things of the uses of internet through phishing, the integrity of the whole system is at stake. The dignity of people get compromised, their hard money get compromised. Yesterday I came to my driver told me that he has lost 1,04,000 rupees all of a sudden from his account. So immediately we approached 1930 and I4C. So they put a stop on that money, but I really don't know how much time it's going to take when we get this money back into his account. So with the increasing usage of the internet and also with the increasing usage of the IoT devices, it is becoming all the more important that we have a trusted cyberspace. It's an easy word to say, but I think extremely difficult to implement because there are so many facets of bringing this trust. If you start with the endpoint security, where your computer is, and then you go to the application security, you go to the data security, you talk about the cloud security, then you talk about the network security, and then perhaps you go to the cyber forensics part, maybe on the IoT security, and then perhaps if you go a little deeper, then you have the device security, you have the backdoor channels in these devices which can take away your data. So I think the team in MIT and C-DAC have listed about 18 different aspects of the subjects related to this field, and they have been working on that. It's a proud thing for me to say that the MIT team in the R&D and Cybersecurity division has been working on roadmaps, especially in the 5 areas of the 3 which we have already come out with as a draft. They have been published on the website. The 4th one we are going to inaugurate today, and we are talking about the cryptography roadmap for the country. So we will be releasing this document, again put it on the website, and all of you can have a look at these documents. You can perhaps give your inputs. The ministry works by stakeholder consultation. We want various people in the field to participate, give their views so that we can have a comprehensive roadmap and we can announce it as a policy at a later date. Apart from organizing this symposium at Rajgir, I think C-DAC Patna team has worked very hard to come out with 2 products and a document which is about the ransomware, and I think they have collected what you call 30 years of ransomware techniques by people, how they have been developed, what are their tactics, what are their strategies, and so this book, what they are calling as Deciphering the Tactics, Techniques and Procedures of Ransomware, starting from 1989 to 2023, over a period of 34 years. I think it would be a wonderful document. I really like to go through that, and it may be a good source for many of the people who are working in the cybersecurity field It would be, I think, a wonderful document for the researchers, for the students who are working in this field, for the education institution. This could be a great document to have in their repositories. So I really congratulate you and your team for coming out with this book. And I'm sure with these learnings, we may be able to have some check on the cyber attackers. I really don't think that we can check completely, because technology is growing at a pace, and this has been the trend from the historical times. The crimes, criminals and attackers are one step ahead, and we always keep doing the catching up with them. So I'm sure, but this document will help people come out with solutions, cybersecurity tools, through which you will be able to make the life of the attackers difficult, if not completely stop them. So, and that's the objective. So thank you so much for coming out with this document. And the two tools which Tulika ji has already explained to you in detail, the Ganga and the GLAM, these are, I think, I'm not really a very technical person, though I have an electronics engineering background, but the kind of random bit generators they have, and the way I'm told that it is quantum safe, I'm sure these are great products which you have come out with, and I'm told I think this is the only kind of product, so that itself speaks volumes about something you have come out. Not taking too much of time, I think we have slightly exceeded the allotted time for the inaugural session. But I would like to say that there may be small deficiencies here and there in the organization of the event, but there's a lot of courage, there's a lot of hard work which has gone behind this, and I'm sure in times to come you will have many more opportunities. The Patna Center will be growing up like other centers, and there will be a lot of guidance from the C-DAC internal teams. The other center directors will also participate, and our senior officials from the other government agencies, the NTRO, the NIC, and from the industry and the academia. The professors are here from the various institutions from nearby areas. So I'm sure this is going to be a wonderful ground for doing a lot of innovative work, and a lot of solutions will come out of this. And this is going to be like the capital of India at one point in time. So this goes on to become capital of the IT area from this side. So I wish you all the best. I wish all the best to you, all of you have come here. I'm happy to see a lot of very important sessions. In fact, I was quite impressed with the program agenda. And if you're not gone through, perhaps I would like to take one more minute on the sessions which are planned. I think we have sessions on the strategic cybersecurity, then we have on the malware and forensics, on the disruptive network security implementations, on the cybersecurity aspects, cyber legal forensics aspects, then blockchain security, cybersecurity for the rural areas. I think this is new for me. I mean, talking about cybersecurity for the rural areas, for India it is a very, very important aspect, because I think with the agri-tech, with the health tech, with the fintech, and the growth of IT in the MSME sector, I'm sure this is a topic of relevance today in India. So you have captured it here. Once again, I think wonderful thinking on your part. Then you're going to talk about the cyber research building and the research path. And of course, the main topic is the security engineering for the trusted cyberspace, cyber resilience, and the automatic perspective in the sector, cryptography engineering, and also again, generative AI and cybersecurity. This is again really very relevant. What we are facing now, especially the deepfakes part. So the generative AI, what is happening on the intermediaries, we are seized with many organizations. We had 2 workshops very recently in last 3 days. One with the Broadband India Forum, other organized by NASSCOM, especially on how we can tackle the menace of deepfakes, which is actually a very, very dangerous tool, which can compromise the democratic institutions, which can compromise the dignity of the individuals. It is a threat to the integrity of data online. So we really need to secure that part. We have been working with the intermediaries, we have been working with the generative AI developers. Maybe we are talking about building provenance, embedding provenance into the images, videos, and then having detection mechanisms in these videos so that we can find, people can understand which is a fake video, which is a genuine video, which is a synthetic video, which is a normal video. So we've been working on that part. I'm happy that you have got one session on that part also. And of course, digital forensics is a very important topic. So I must congratulate you for picking up these topics and finding the speakers for these areas and motivating them to come to this place and speak to the audience here. So all in all, a wonderful initiative, wonderful effort. I must congratulate you all. And thank you for inviting me, giving me an opportunity to be here and speak to all these people. Thank you so much, Jai.
Take this opportunity to invite the project team, Dr. Kulan Abhishek and his entire team, to please come and just meet sir for 1 minute, and we will then, let them share. Please come with the team. Gaurav, are you here? Neeraj, please come on stage, because I'd like sir to know that it's a very small team from the very new C-DAC Patna who has been able to bring us this important tool. Just meet sir.
Thank you, sir, for your encouraging and inspiring words. Today's symposium is also significant because of the unveiling of the cryptography roadmap of India. And I would like to call upon Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly do the honors of launching it. I feel proud to share that this symposium will also see the launch of 2 indigenously developed tools by C-DAC Patna. The first product is named Ganga, which is a cryptographically secure pseudo-random number generator and generates arbitrary length random bit streams. The tool is currently undergoing field trials with the Indian Army. I request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly launch the Ganga tool. We have a short video that would be played, which is about the Ganga tool.
Random numbers are very crucial in the implementation of cryptographic schemes such as encryption, authentication, generation of cryptographic keys, nonce, IVs, seeds, etc. which are the security backbone of many applications such as SSL, email security, generation of session keys, etc. These cryptographic applications are essential components of the digital infrastructures of government departments and strategic units. However, designing a secure and trusted random number generator is an intricate task. An ideal random number generator must have properties like non-predictability, statistical indistinguishability, and non-reproducibility. C-DAC presents Ganga, an indigenously designed and developed random number generator which generates cryptographically secure random bit stream of arbitrary length. The sequence is generated by Ganga exhibit forward and backward security for non-predictability and statistical indistinguishability. Ganga random number generator has undergone rigorous security analysis to assert its cryptographic suitability. It has an impressive throughput of 1.1 megabits per second. Ganga is entirely developed in-house by C-DAC Patna and without the involvement of any foreign vendors. A comprehensive documentation of Ganga is also available for its users to maintain transparency in the implementation of Ganga. Ganga is designed and developed keeping in mind strategic requirements, and specifically ultra-sensitive requirements of the armed forces, law enforcement agencies, and other sensitive cryptographic applications. Ganga is now under field trials for its possible integration and services in the indigenous cryptographic suite of the Indian Army. C-DAC looks forward to welcoming potential users of the Ganga tool.
I request Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly unveil the brochure for Ganga tool. I request Dr. Kunal sir to kindly join the stage. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. The second tool is named as GLAMS CI. The Cyber Intelligence module of GLAMS is a novel way of spreading cyber awareness through engaging quizzes and games. I request Sri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly launch the GLAMS CI tool. A short video about the tool will be played subsequently.
In today's fast-paced world, traditional assessment platforms are failing to cater to the immersive and interactive learning desires of the millennial generation. Aligned with the visionary NEP 2020, C-DAC Patna has developed a self-assessment and engaging platform GLAMS, Gamified Learning and Assessment Management System, the ultimate gamified learning and assessment platform, where learning leaps into the future with gamified quizzes across subjects like cyber intelligence, programming, and many more. Dive into challenges, employ strategic powers, and climb the leaderboards, all while gaining real-time insights into your progress. With GLAMS, students and teachers embark on a dynamic journey of knowledge, transforming education into an engaging adventure. Start your quest with GLAMS today and revolutionize the way you learn.
I request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to kindly unveil the brochure for GLAMS. We are privileged to have with us Shri Abhay Kumar Singh, Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University. We welcome you, sir. We are humbled by your presence. I request Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha sir to kindly felicitate Professor Abhay Kumar Singh. Thank you, sir. I'm filled with deep pride as I share with you that we will also be launching the book titled Deciphering Tactics, Techniques and Procedures of Ransomwares 1989 to 2023. With all due respect, I request Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir to formally launch the book. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I now request Dr. Manoj Agarwal, Scientist D, MIT, to give the vote of thanks. We would now be felicitating our guests, so I request Shri Aditya Kumar Sinha sir to kindly present a token of gratitude to Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar sir. Thank you, sir. I request Ms. Meena Desai ma'am, Scientist E, C-DAC Kolkata, to welcome Ms. Tulika Pandey ma'am. Now I request Sri Aditya Kumar Sinha sir to kindly present a token of gratitude to Professor Abhay Kumar Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Nalanda University. I now request Dr. D. Ethirajan sir, Center Head C-DAC Chennai, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Sri Aditya Kumar Sinha sir. I request Dr. Manoj Agarwal, Scientist D, MIT, to give the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon all. I take the privilege to deliver the vote of thanks on this important occasion of International Symposium on Security Engineering for Trusted Cyberspace 2024. On behalf of MIT and C-DAC Patna, I would like to extend my heartfelt guidance to our esteemed guests, Shri Bhuvnesh Kumar Sir, IAS and Additional Secretary MIT, whose words of encouragement are guiding force for all of us, and especially his views on securing Indian cybersecurity are notable. I'm sure all of us have a great takeaways from your words of wisdom. It is rightly said, sir, cybersecurity in rural India, deepfake and forensics need immediate attention. Thank you, sir. I would also like to thank Professor Abhay Kumar Singh, VC, Nalanda University, for his presence in the inauguration ceremony. I would also like to thank Ms. Tulika Pandey, Scientist G and Group Coordinator, R&D in Cybersecurity and UIDAI, for her address on the theme in this international symposium. The two indigenous tools, Ganga and GLAMS CI, developed by C-DAC Patna team, are remarkable. The tool Ganga will be beneficial in cryptographic domain by generating bit stream of arbitrary length, which are non-reproducible, while the tool GLAMS CI will be helpful in promoting cyber awareness. The book will definitely help in limiting impact of ransomware in cyberspace. As rightly said, ma'am, the cryptography roadmap will pave path to cryptographically secure digital infrastructure in India. Thank you, ma'am. I would also like to thank Mr. Jitendra Singh Gangwar, IPS, ADG, Bihar Police, for his address and inspiring words. Rightly said by Sir, privacy of digital identity is of great concern. Efforts such as Cyber Thana would be beneficial to the masses. Now I would like to thank Mr. Aditya Kumar Sinha Sir, Scientist G and Director C-DAC Patna and Kolkata, for his insightful address on the importance of cyber security and R&D activities in C-DAC Patna. I take this opportunity to thank Aditya Sir for organizing this symposium in this beautiful and holy land of Rajgir. Once again, thank you, sir. My sincere thanks to entire C-DAC Patna team and members from other C-DAC centers who are part of this event. Lastly, I would like to thank all of you present over here for making the time to be with us today and helping us in making this inauguration ceremony a memorable one. For cryptography roadmap, please provide your valuable inputs through email for further consolidation. We will keep you updated with the developments. Thank you one and all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request all the esteemed guests to kindly take their seats off the stage. Honorable guests are requested to kindly proceed for lunch. An important announcement. At 1800 hours, we would be having a small cultural event in the open air theatre. So all are requested to kindly join. Thank you.
Give the reference that go to that place and visit us here. I'm settling down slowly. I'm trying. They are saying for C type, so I should just give me for a while and good to see you. So you can put on the sample. Maybe a little bit. So your brain is join the so much so he was saying that he will also come out try to but somewhere engaging activity that Param Siva. There is Chitranjan Singh, colleague, PhD colleague. He was doing PhD under that QIP program and Dr. Harith was my supervisor of it. He gave the reference that go to that place and so I should carry this. I think it would be better maybe outside I just yes. Yes. ठीक है तू चला
I request all of you to kindly take your seats. We will be starting in the next 1 or 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of you enjoyed a good lunch. We will now be starting with the technical sessions, and I would like to introduce to all of you the first speaker, General Ravi Chaudhary, sir. General Ravi sir is an exceptional officer boasting an impressive 37 years of experience in the Indian Army with a remarkable expertise in signals. He graduated with an MTech degree from IIT Kharagpur and also holds an MPhil from Madras University. He has served as the Chief Signals Officer, Northern Command, and as Additional Director General, Information Systems in the Army. He currently holds the position of Scientist H at NDRO, New Delhi, effectively employing his invaluable expertise in communication and data science technologies. Sir, I request you to kindly come on stage. I request Dr. Kunal Abhishek sir to please felicitate him. Thank you, sir. So I request you to kindly hold the dais and enlighten us to your session.
afternoon everyone. लंच के बाद सेशन होने का एक फायदा होता है कि तादाद कम हो जाती है, लेकिन नुकसान ये होता है कि जो तादाद में बच जाते हैं वो बहुत ही कीन लिसनर्स होते हैं और वो ज़्यादा डाइसेक्ट करते हैं क्या बोल रहे हैं, कुछ सेंस भी बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं. So I have to be careful. During lunch, my condition was like that batsman who has been sitting in the pavilion and now has to go out to bat. So, okay, so some introduction was given about me. I would just like to say that I am a soldier turned scientist, and when I say that to my friends, to my old friends from India and school, so they say that you were a scientist even as a soldier. So that means I was never completely a scientist or a soldier. दुविधा में दोनों गए मायावी. So, but there are advantages of multi-domain functioning. क्योंकि आप एक डोमेन में जो करते हैं और दूसरे डोमेन में जो करते हैं उसको अगर आप इंटररिलेट करते हैं तो आपकी इनोवेशन कैपेबिलिटी, एंड द वर्ल्ड टुडे इज ऑल अबाउट इनोवेशन बिकॉज टेक्नोलॉजिकल रिसर्च, टेक्नोलॉजिकल explorations are few and far between, but innovations are diameters. And that is where the world is moving. कोई भी प्रोग्रेस अगर देख लीजिए, जितना वो निश टेक्नोलॉजी के डेवलपमेंट से हुआ है उससे ज़्यादा वो इनोवेशन की वजह से स्प्रेड हुआ है, वेदर इट इज टेक्नोलॉजिकली और कमर्शियली और सोशली. उसका जो भी एक्सपेंशन हुआ है इट इज बीन मेनली लेड बाय इनोवेशन. So this was very interesting. I was holidaying with my family on the beaches of Vietnam when I got a call from Tulika that हमारा एक session चल रहा है and you would like to speak on strategic sites. So it set me thinking. What is strategic cybersecurity? Cybersecurity, as we all know, we are talking of everyone will talk of technology. What is strategic about cybersecurity? And that, brought me to start thinking that let's dissect these three words. What is strategy? What is cyber? And what is security? And look at where do we want to go and where are we going? Are we going correctly? Because kei baar you have to step out of what you are doing to see whether I am taking the right. And I'm sure most of you are working in the right direction, but I thought to myself, let me examine this topic for myself. This way, just a word that since I have been in technology even as a soldier, I was in the military operations directorate looking after information. Information warfare, जब आया था this word, you must have used it, heard it early 90s. I became a key student of information warfare. उस दिनों पहला मॉडल after Gulf War in 1991 when technology was all over, people started talking. पहला लिबी मॉडल आया था. He defined the word information warfare, in which he said these are the 9 components of information warfare and cyber warfare. When this started being talked about, then Indian Army came out with a doctrine of information warfare, and we said, okay, economic warfare and this, and various hacker warfare is not our concern, but we moved down to 3 things. We said information warfare is electronic warfare, cyber warfare, and psychological operations. Okay, which you can call perception management. And these 3 things, perception management is internal, psychological operations is external. you do it with some perception management, you do it with your own. So that is the essential difference. And if you look at the electronic and cyber merged sometimes, electronic and the whole space has become cyberspace. Along with that psychological, with social media and all, the space has further expanded. And the whole thing has become now the cyberspace. So let's look at what is strategy. Strategic is most important. Companies have their strategies. Whatever is the most important. For a nation, what is most important? What is a nation? Nation is a state plus its values or core philosophy. State is a very political term. It is defined. Okay, people, territory, government, sovereignty. Plus the core values or philosophy makes it a nation. इस नेशन पे काफी डिबेट होता रहता है, what is a nation, what is civilization, and in fact there is a book by Rabindranath Tagore on nationalism, and he says that this nation concept is alien. It has come from the Europe, and British people brought it as comprising of race or language or religion or this and that, but it is not so. India has been a civilizational place, and our philosophies have been based on civilizations or generations of learning. Okay, so that we have developed certain core philosophies which are dear to us and we have lived with it. And these are the four things. Whatever affects this becomes. What is cyber? Cyber is of course a world of interconnected computers. And today, when it started, computer or physical world used to be two parallel worlds. कि आप यहाँ पे काम करते थे और उधर जाते थे कुछ करते. Today they have intermingled. There is nothing that you do in the physical world whose footprint is not there in the digital world or the virtual world as we call it. And we keep going in and out of the virtual world almost every time. Almost every time. Any activity you are doing, you can't only perform it today in the physical world. थोड़ी देर के बाद अपना मोबाइल देखेंगे, न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ेंगे, पहले वो अभी हर चीज़ यहाँ है. So every footprint is there, and this is a much bigger world. This is a much more. It has a lot of potential both to help. And what is security? Security is freedom from danger or threat. Now please understand the difference between danger and threat. Danger is life. Threat is not life. But you can anticipate any threat. So it all depends on what threat you perceive that you will be secure or insecure. And the concept today of security, शुरू में होता था security मतलब कि armed forces, defense of the territory. No more so. You have food security, you have energy security, you have health security, you have information security. Becomes very important, and I'll just come discuss how information becomes so important. Security is also related to power, because it all depends on how powerful your adversary is, will decide how secure or insecure you are. Or how powerful you are, yourself will decide how secure or insecure you feel. Right or wrong? So, that is an aspect that we have to keep looking at. And so we have to understand what is power. The power is defined in terms of economy, military, technology. Actually, I have added because I am talking to technology people, and they should not feel insulted that it is not an information technology. But the point is, technology is a part of both economy and it's a part of all other things. Technology is is subsumed in everything, is all that covers. So we don't discuss technology as separate. What is economy and military is the part to help and part to harm. And why information and diplomacy? Because ultimately, अगर आपने दो आदमी में भी लड़ाई होगी तो अल्टीमेटली लड़ाई के बाद क्या होगा? उसके बाद डिसाइड करते हैं हाँ भाई अब क्या होगा? That is negotiation. And negotiations is diplomacy. That is what ultimately every country has to come to the negotiating table. Even after World War VII, you come to the negotiating table. And there you leverage your power. And how you leverage your power? You leverage your power through information. Because आपका capability क्या है? आप हर जगह expose नहीं करते. क्या है वो उसको जानना होता है. A simple example, during the Cold War, mutual assured destruction जब की बात चल रही, तो रशिया के पास कितने वॉरहेड्स हैं, अमेरिका के पास कितने वॉरहेड्स हैं, क्या है, वो लोग क्या करते हैं? एक दूसरे को बताना कि भाई न्यूक्लियर सिग्नलिंग देखता है, फिर इससे don't try and get funny with me. Cuban missile crisis, Cuba में उन्होंने मिसाइल डाला, तो USA said I will do this, then they deployed somewhere. तो वो सिग्नलिंग चलता है और वो इंफॉर्मेशन चलता है. किसके पास क्या इंफॉर्मेशन है? जब चिप्स आए, and today chips are deciding the economy and even the military superiority and most of the things. How do they work? किसके पास कौन सी टेक्नोलॉजी है, कौन सा इंफॉर्मेशन कहाँ जा रहा है, क्या स्टील हो रहा है, क्या रेप्लिकेट हो रहा है, so that information becomes extremely and national power. If you have to project national power, if you have to enhance national power, information becomes an extremely important. And this is where information security, which is again most of it is in the cyber domain, takes the maximum importance. Now there is a security paradox. हमें security किस लिए चाहिए? Freedom from danger or threat. किस लिए चाहिए? Freedom. Freedom मिल गया. Now I want to maintain that freedom. So what do? I start looking at influence. कि मैं कैसे अपना influence बढ़ाऊं जिससे मेरा freedom threat मिले. Influence मिल गया. फिर मैं क्या कहता हूँ? ये influence मेरा कायम है. So then I start looking for control. Right? That how to maintain this control so that I remain free to act as I want. And the moment I start looking at control, I affect somebody else's. So that somebody else's freedom then starts getting threatened, and he says, okay, I want my freedom, and he makes you insecure. You were secure, and expanding your security. But then he threatens you now, and this is what you will see. I mean, USA started, valid bipolar tha, फिर unipolar हो गया. Then they said, okay, now they are being threatened by USSR or being threatened by China, and all those things. So the most powerful countries also is, right? Because you want to maintain that control. So this is something which will always be live in this world. One will, the world can never get secure. And then subsequently, connect up with how the things pan out from here. Information, as I said, is mostly today in the cyberspace. Isn't it? हर एक आदमी आपको अभी बैंक में कितना पैसा आपको नहीं पता. How many of you know exactly what is your bank balance? Please raise your hand. You don't know. Isn't it? All the information is, और अगर कोई 100 रुपए हर महीने कम करता रहेगा तो आपको पता नहीं. There is no passbook. पहले जाकर के passbook update कर देते हैं. So all the information is now in the cyberspace. There is something which is on the surface where www, but that is just about platform is accessible to me, which is a part of the deep web, and it is not accessible. But then there is a constant challenge to access that. And then there is a deep web. Deep web is not even accessible to me, although my stuff may be lying there, it is not accessible to me. That is the dark web. That is the unreachable private. Anyone working in the dark web here? No. So he can tell you more about it. How difficult it is to gain an entry into it. It is worse than the Mumbai underworld. It's more difficult to get an entry. So, and the thing about cyberspace is it has all your information. Anything which has gone into the digital space exists and it gets cumulative, it becomes comprehensive. आपने क्या 20 साल पहले कहा था वो चीज भी कहीं ना कहीं रिकॉर्डेड और कभी ना कभी वो निकल जाती है, ठीक है? So pardon me for a little misogynistic comment. It's more dangerous than my wife's memory, who remembers everything, in the last 30 years of our marriage, what did I say then and what did I say. No, all of us have faced it. So, today, as the World Wide Web we are talking of and our deep web, we are flooded with platforms. For everything, we are using platforms have become the real estate. There is a friend of mine who was working with Zomato or something. And I said, what is Zomato's value? It is not making any money. And he told me that the value comes from real estate. I was quite surprised. What is Zomato's real estate? Okay. Then I started reading and I found out that this virtual real estate is actually a lot of value because it is controlling us. And this real estate is in everything. Social media, which is the most common. There are utility platforms, there are market, there are services, there are data sciences. You want to do AI, you have to go to Azure. You want to do AI, you have to go to Google, put all your data there, draw your data, draw your You want to work on MATLAB, put your data there. So it is a virtual real estate which is getting all our data. And how they are using it, where they are using it, to what end they are using it, none of us have any control. None of us has any. No, in good old days, when the computers, and we are the generation who almost seen the advent of computer in the late 80s, in mid 80s to in this Indian government. And it started with, there was one PC and it was a dumb box. It had to be booted in floppy 360 KB with floppy डालते थे, then it would take some time to boot up. And then you would put in something and something would come out. And you would talk of computer security, operating system security. Gradually the networking came. After finishing of Cold War, the internet, which was then DARPANet from US Department of Defense, shifted to first the Department of Industry, and in 1995 they made it. In 1995 there was a conglomeration which decided on standards. And they said, okay, this will be the IPC. And that is how the world got connected. And all hell broke loose. So the whole globalization and everything came, but with it came all the dangers. Today we have to look at code security, network security, data security, identity security, privacy matters, cloud, platform, everything. And there's so many which the Additional Secretary Mehti also mentioned some of them. And combined with this is another animal which has been there. And what is that? This is the artificial. What does it do? it combines intelligence of a number of intelligence. So many people what would have done over a period, it keeps studying the pattern and it says, okay, this is how you. So, and it is learning itself, generative AI. It will amplify cyber security risks and make it easier, faster and cheaper to flood a country with fake content, as somebody said. So in this circumstance of constant insecurity, constant instability, what is the kind of world that we are living in? This is a quote from Franklin Roosevelt, who was the US president in 1937, 2 years before the World War. Okay? And he said it is a spreading epidemic of world lawlessness. It was complete instability, there was no regulation, and people were flouting regulations as at their will. And 2 years later, the war started. And then somebody said a world at risk could be a world at war. Today, it is already a war. It no more is about, could be. If it is, a world at war, are we experiencing it? We are. We have got used to so many things that we are experiencing every day, but we are experiencing. There are increasing capabilities, and there are always in this world, there have always been status quo and revisionist powers. The non-state actors have become much more powerful. Once upon a time, you had threat from state. That is how, if you read the social contract theory, why did we gather to become a state? We said, okay, we will surrender some of our freedom, in return you give us freedom. So the state was given all the powers to make laws, to punish people, to regulate things. And they said, okay, you give us security. And that state gave you security against another state. Now today, you have security threats not just from state, you have security threats from non-state. And a lot of it comes through the cyberspace itself. Okay, so just look at some of the areas where we have strategic threats. Information and communication systems, all our data. There are certain things that people have to, and if we have to secure ourselves, we have to look at international gateways. We have to look at data localization. All our data, BGP protocol, you don't know where your data is. Right? Some of you who are aware of these protocols. Surveillance and guidance systems, including satellites. Your satellites are there. Who can control them or who is monitoring them? We don't know. There are critical infrastructure, which is power, health, and all those things. But there is critical information. Just for example, if the Dalal streets get bombed, how many of you will get it? Not many. But if NSDL website gets hacked or ransomware attack, how many of you will get it? Many more. Right? So there is not only critical infrastructure. It's not that critical infrastructure is not important. There are nuclear installations, there are strategic assets, there are command posts. They are critical. But there are critical information infrastructure which become or equally important. And the most pervasive is cyber information and propaganda. This is hitting us day in and day out. Okay. So, cyber security once upon a time used to be technology. It is no more technological, it is existential. We are talking we are learning of elections being affected. We are learning of, board systems getting included. Today with IoT, cyber is there all over, everything. If you are a reader on Kindle, as I am, they know, Amazon knows exactly what book are you reading, exactly which line are you highlighting, and which product to target you. What are you buying? So he knows everything about it. At an individual level. All it needs is a data processing capability with artificial intelligence to target you, and you means you or I individually. So it is existential. And we have to be, conscious of this in today's world. So being conscious, of course, technological solutions are there, will always be found. There are three things that I would like to underline, which, of course, as we say, there is no silver bullet, but if I had to count, if I had several silver bullets, I would put three, right on top. First is the indigenization. Everything, right from the chip to the operating system, to the browsers, to the platforms, whatever we have. Technology, indigenization. I was discussing with one of the says so-called open source. It's not exactly open source. We do certain things and we think, okay, now it is mine and it is no. Open source has already been bugged, and somebody who's thrown out open source, he knows exactly how to get it. What do you want? A lot of technologies today, there is a very interesting book which every technological person must read, is Chip Wars by Chris Miller. And it traces how the development of chips from the DRAM, of Texas Instruments and Gordon Moore lines, till it came to TSMC and how things have moved till the recently it was at COVID, when suddenly world felt that without chips you can't move much. So there is so much that we are interdependent and we have to guard against. Technology denial may not be by enmity or by anything, but there are various ways in which technology denial may manifest itself. That there is no option, of course, not in one go, but gradually our younger generation has to start thinking about digitization, and it's very good that C-DAC and the initiatives that they have started, they are thinking in these terms, the startups are thinking in these terms, which is a good step. Second thing is regulation. Now regulation at national level, at international level. Henry Kissinger, a great proponent of geopolitics, is how we practice is, we all know how we practice is diplomacy. It was based on balance of power. And in his book, World Order writes that every nation, every country wants to enhance its power. When it enhances its power, it affects somebody, so the other one also enhances its power. And then gradually, even if they fight or not fight, they come to an understanding, okay, I will do this and I will not do this. And that is how the balance, they reach a balance, and that is how stability is maintained. Right? And he says that, he professes that is the best way to maintain stability in this world. There is no right or wrong. There is nothing, you can't have something which is right for the entire world or which is wrong for the world. That was his proposition, and that is how we practice this. The other thought which came after World War, Ronfeld, somebody wrote about it, he called the world a web of living conscience, where the world has a conscience. And we see that, okay, this is right and this is not right. And the world comes together saying that this is not correct and that country is not correct. That is again nonsense. regulations covering the entire world, which everyone agrees. Lord Field, they called just at Belém, just at Delhi, means just at Belém is the cause of war must be right. Just at Delhi was how you fight the war, your processes must be right. So although with Hamas and Israel, people said that just at Belém is right, that you have a right cause for war, but then later on just at Delhi are not going right away. Is this proportionate? Is this disproportionate? So there are a whole lot of things which come up in the world, and what has been seen that it is very difficult to put regulations at the world level. It was easier when non-state actors were on. You could have, say, nuclear non-proliferation. You could make an inspecting agency. Then non-state actors came. Then what would you do? And there was a threat from non-state actors. So regulation is something that we have to look at, we have to be conscious of, very, very difficult. And the third thing is cooperation. Now cooperation, why cooperation? Please within the country we can do. But when we make regulations, it affects. Suppose tomorrow data privacy. Simple thing is that, okay, you all of us have our security features. We want somebody to protect us from the security features. Then I have to give up some of it. Not that government is trying to get away with smart, get rid of this and get rid of that. So there is a lot of discussion on. We know that in the government the government has not been able to come up with the data privacy law or the NII, the National Information Board, which says that how to manage information in the country, has not been able to come out with many things because of the nature of our governance, because of the nature of our quality, the nature of our discussions. For us, democracy is very important. But then somewhere we have to understand what is doable, what should be, what should not be done, and how much of our freedom we can allow. I'll not say freedom, but how much information to share with the government so that we are protected. That is a kind of cooperation which is required, because as you are seeing with the generative AI things, the misinformation, the disinformation, campaigning, and I'm not saying that A or B is guilty of it, everyone is guilty of it, everybody is doing things. But we as citizens, we have to look at it in a very understanding and advice manner, how to cooperate with the government, with the legitimate government, to ensure our security as a nation before we start calling shots at the regulation outside in that health. So these are with these 3 points I have concluded my presentation. There is anything that you want to ask.
Questions and then for General VC, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. While you were having a lecture, you mentioned the word non-state. What does that word mean?
Can you introduce yourself to me?
So my name is Utpal Khan. I am a third year student of Electrical and Electronics Engineering from Nalanda College of Engineering. Yes.
So non-state, could mean anyone who is not a state, right? It could be an organization, it could be an individual. It could be, Osama bin Laden was referred to as non-state. Al-Qaeda was a non-state. Right? So all these are non-state actors. Today, if you have, battle between big tech and big finance, or big tech and small tech, one of the battles that you have in big tech today, look at artificial intelligence. Your NVIDIA is the only one which is making large chips, okay, and they are making most of the GPUs that you use in artificial intelligence are within the NVIDIA. Now, how many companies are able to compete with it? And this is, NVIDIA is a technological company. Google, Facebook, they are a technological company. Twitter is a technological company, but Twitter is driving your social space more than any other country can. So all these can be non-state actors. They are, anyone who is not a state is a non-state. Have I answered your question, or you have something in mind? Okay. Further questions? Thank you.
I will request Dr. Sumna Pataki, Professor IIT, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Chandan Ravi sir. Thank you, sir, for your insightful session. Our next speaker is Dr. Somnath Pataki. Dr. Somnath, sir, is a professor in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at the Indian Institute of Technology, Patna. He began his tenure as a faculty member in December 2008. Notably, he served as the Associate Dean of Academics from January 2016 to March 2017, and subsequently as the Associate Dean of Administration from July 2021 to November 2020 at IIT Patna. His research interests encompass lightweight cryptography, security issues in resource-constrained devices, blockchain, malware detection, and secure machine learning. His scholarly contributions include the publication of more than 100 research papers in various reputable journals and conferences, and he serves as the principal investigator in several projects related to security. Additionally, he is currently associate editor for multimedia tools and applications, an international journal, and editor for IEEE Technical Review. Sir, I request you to kindly come on stage. I request Dr. Nanavish sir to kindly welcome Dr. Somnath sir.
Hi, good evening. Of course, after a nice before the in this talk before starting, let me thank the organizer of this ISSETC, that Aditya and Dr. Kunal, I thank you for giving us opportunity to talk. In this part of the course, I will discuss about the mass detection. Of course, I will say that how we came across and what are the things we will come in summarize in 20 minutes. From this particular feature here, that I could take the aim with this marker writer and the detection mechanism defendant. There is a game that how the marker write the code and the detector are always writing detector. Just for this, let me come to the previous speaker, Major Ravi said that the cybersecurity. If you start a definition of security by taking the Tor Cambridge dictionary, that avoiding the enemy, which is quite impossible that I can avoid any threats as the rangers. It is quite impossible that I cannot use your system contained. So what is the C-DAC? How to define security is that it is the measure to avoid the desired threats and dangers. We have to see that what is our desire. Therefore, for writing a security mechanism and a security model, always that what the threat model is. What an attacker capability is, what an attacker can do, and according to that will be the security model. So so in this way, of course, the malware detection also this is the game with these two parts, the malware writer and the defense mechanisms. So that one is the definition on the needs. So malware is software intended to intercept or take control of the computer's operation without the user's consent or user's knowledge. Operation for the benefit of a hardware, which could be the malware router. This is in the past, of course, definition of this as for these definitions, that the program the intent of compromising the basic security services like confidentiality, integrity, reliability of the victim's data, application or operating system or anything else. Or this is not the ending. The malware is not only compromising the basic security services. It could have that. It could annoy you. Just like the hardware. So malware covers kinds of intelligent processes, worms, root Trojan, so the evolution of the malware around 4 decades ago, in 1983, when malware was invented by Justice Alan Loren, the idea was not we are looking at nowadays. This is just created fun that every virus will come and sing a song after a while of your computer. Just fun. If you look at it in 1988, the Maurice which is developed by an undergraduate student, the objective is not to make any harm, but to measure the internet bandwidth. Of course, this is created for other purposes where many messages are down. Right? 90, the people started writing for getting social attacks. Oh, I could do this. That is just to say. And of course, contemporarily, malware detection mechanism, virus detection mechanism, virus can come out. But early 2000 onwards, it has taken another direction that to spam, to create a type of fraud, and to come to the crisis. Right? So if you look at this, I took this statistics from this just recently stated that every decision should more than 4.5 lakhs new marriages or unwanted applications, unwanted program applications. So this shows that how the markets are coming to us. So I would say that there will not be any person say that I never affected markets now. Right? It is that day when it shows our innocence that I did not understand what market is, or market already affected, I did not understand. That is the thing. Well, so what the market can do, I believe that rather than asking this question, I can twist the question into what market cannot do. That you can see your personal information that it can do the financial work also. This is what the previously what additional secretary was saying that how it happened. So where the average market can do those things. Okay. So the market can be divided into various categories. So I think it different directions as by privilege, by the type, and by behavior. As I said, by privilege, I say that market is user mode or hypervisor mode or hard mode. But type could be the virus, spyware, worms, depending upon that how does it propagate and how does it execute. And similarly, by behavior, information, still the resources, the dynamic services, etc. According to that can categorize malware. We started a little bit and while we are planning over the malware detection in the particular Android system is mine too. The reason of looking at the Android system is follows that around 71.7% Android market has, and more than 3 billion users are Android users. And most importantly, that 96.9% free apps are available in the Google Play Store. But note that every Google Play Store, what app has certain apps are malicious. Please note. And you can see here that the AWS 2024, this I downloaded this particular graph, that around 258,547 malwares were blocked in just the January and February 2024 by AWS. So this shows that how the Android malwares are propagating and how the new malwares are coming in. So with this, you must be ready for this, of course. As I said, Android users downloaded malware from Google Play Store over 600 billion times in 2020. This is the anti-malware tools have this anti-malware tools have content as signatures, and signatures can be verified by trivial transformations. Therefore, we must have an idea like just as the previous people told that the AI is system techniques where we can use it cybersecurity to make it to build the system from secure. So this is what I took it out why we are saying to detect this guy malware. Malware detection methods are ineffective as Android malware use sophisticated orchestration and add-on antivirus as depicted. That what happens is, as I told you, that it's the game between the virus writer and the detection mechanism. Alright? So this detection process is broadly divided into 3 different categories. It could be static, it could be dynamic, and hybrid. So I will start with static, what we do, and so that what difficulties that element for the dynamic and for the hybrid I will show you about. So the static, we just developed a mechanism which is published in this category that we took around 20 different features. Features we use some feature reduction algorithms by minimum redundancy and large redundancy. Then we train accessible neural network and embed with Android. See, this is better result, but still we are not satisfied because as I told you that the current market uses the orchestration method and subsequent generation method and give all kind of these data consistencies. Similarly, they use bytecode instance and bytecode. So that was switch to our then can get developed and dynamic detection mechanisms. So So this is that continuous things are not efficient. So we analyze the semantic of malware. Give them one monitor could help. This is what we understand. Then what we so we develop right. And we obviously of course we build the took and we started running the malware which is under test or which is there we suspect each called dynamic APIs. Then also we and start prediction mechanisms. So this is the mechanism what we took it out to pools of 55 and level by using hierarchy total. And then you use the 100 feeds and use the 100 platelets and find out these features called dynamic APIs. And after some machine learning see that whether it will be banana. But what happens that if you look at these, what malware are doing, that they start exhibit this malicious behavior after certain interval of time. But we execute for some time, maybe 500 minutes. So they, according to that, they say that they need to exhibit behavior after a day or so. But this is still then we see that even though this is difficult, we are not satisfied. Even though it is 99.23 because of this data. But still, recent advancement of malware could not be detected by this mechanism. Because they are already and then we get very time to detect this mechanism also very interesting. 0.592 second for 1 kb or algorithm 100 kb to 1 kb 0.992. So well then what it is together. They both can do is that both the C-DAC and we will do the dynamic analysis from these situations. So that we start with the pictures like output to it out and took the dynamic pictures of the dynamic APIs they start to it out. You use the technique and to see that whether it will be banana or malign. So if you did that about feature extractions, we extracted around 116 different APIs, dynamic APIs are there, but out of those, we could find that 93 APIs are most available for calculations to get this out. And 222, of course, look and convert the image format for doing this AI and put it in. So, what we could think about. So then what we did that okay, to save that can we design a set in the Android system. So right now, of course, we could and develop 700 right those, which could not be detected by virus total. So how did we do that? We took this Android apps and we took the microcontroller module and started by take the Android payload and then you have engineering it. So get from reverse engineering from both these sides that are really manufactured exception in this malware process. From the original applications as well as from this Android payload. And then we started injecting the persistence from this particular payload and modify our organic. Then also do the usual binding processes and recompile and somehow it convinces to the Google player there with the same names people can use just download it and back to the database from your command and control server if I write. It was a sign up, and maybe unfortunately it did not be detected by the virus total virus total. But so this is the thing. So what we did that now, we can for your Android phone and do home attached to that. What does it do? It has the two different things. I checked one the two blue pages. One is saying that whether it's benign or benign. I have had just two blue pages. I mean, those were already known that either they are benign or malicious. And if a small message on technically to say that whether it be a suspicious, if it is above a particular threshold, then since you can send it to our server, where can the rigorous analysis, the dynamic analysis, and give a test to you whether it will be actually benign or not. I think your please, it is a good video that can go. Yep. Anyway, that's my point. So, this is the thing that what happening. I will show you this like see, when I run my app, it look like this. Then it shows that how much percentage you have suspicious. If it is banana or malign, shows color. And just story. Not well, not so this is it. So it will show you color whether it is banana or percentage, and then the understanding if we can then our server where we do dynamic analysis, because we do the dynamic analysis here in your Android app. Wait. Yeah, this is it. Just uploading to my command control video, my server, and then we see that whether there is malicious or not. It shows that it is benign now, green. Yeah. So okay. Right. So we can get this stage. What happened that malware, if I detect, of course we say that I detect. Once the malware has affected the things, once the loss of malware could occur, then there is no chance to recover it. So the detect it early stages. So next what we could do is that we take malware. And you have that various stages. Look at that mid-10 detection statistics. So we had to the 4 stages. But in each stage where the ransomware is one message targeted another, of course that is I cannot identify because that cannot come to my message. So that I call initial stage, which is the reference to your stage, that one is an initial element. And the second stage is the pre-operation stage, whereas already come to your devices and start persistent privileged escalation and uncontrolled discovery and collection. So okay, this is the generally identify at this stage, but the problem what they rather than calculating stage we are going and once it is attacked, there is no other intent. Either you have to have ISSETC or the mechanism based on amendment to get from this situation. So we did it like this, and then we divide divide our module into two parts, which is called key feature generator and then the ISSETC. In the key feature generator, again we did it like this way only. We use the generation emulator and C-DAC behind features. And then we will, if I had to think whether it's banana, or Raj, where we find that what are the key features, what are the permissions and APIs necessary. And from that we extract the semantic features. We train a vast model using these mid-grade data sets. And we find that it's giving very interesting results for the appreciation of the elsewhere computer security and interesting proposal to take it out gives the result at the pre-operational stage around 98%. So we can take it to pre-operational stage. That is our yeah. So this is we did it out. So in the, to say that war with these two parties, the malware detector and malware writer, and the malware writer, we see malware always try to avoid detection and avoid damage. These are the two important goals for which it becomes difficult for the detector detected out. So what is that for avoid code of some metamorphism and polymorphism? And avoid the analysis like analyze framework, if it is analyze framework that they do so it behavior and code injection, natural virtualization, host mechanism. So when the host factor that then cannot define or cannot identify the malware. And at the same time, the detectors of course they also having a challenge. They also have avoid detected so that the malware cannot detect themselves. And another that they need to protect it against the malware when they are like to put back. So usually protect infection user model so that the do the analysis and the hardware may not sandboxing and the use volatile memory forensics. And avoiding analysis tool to operate hidden, so no footprint analysis process could be there. So this is and what we did it out. I'll stop it here if you have any questions. Of course, I'm happy to take. Well.
Sir, it was a wonderful talk. I have a little just small query about, you had earlier mentioned, I think could be relevant here as well, how malware detection can be useful for digital forensic application.
Yeah, it is an interesting question. How the malware detects the digital forensics, what we do? We see that something had happened and we are forensics now. And now the challenge is that can I do certain fraud and without giving a push tag? That is challenge, right? When malware does similar things. So it does the things and get out from scenario. That's what I showed them. You had the analysis. It does the things and get out from your message. So you cannot have some footprints. So it is an interesting problem. Can you do the forensics with the malware? We are looking it out and taking the volatility, etc. But we didn't get much result yet. But we are trying it out.
Yeah, I hope that will be an interesting problem.
Right, we are doing it out. We are taking the volatility and doing the memory forensics actually. But by taking the memory forensics, taking huge memory and analysis becoming difficult. Still, we are trying it out.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Myself, Aman Kumar from Central University of South Bihar. I had a question regarding how can we have something based on access control methods for malware detection or prevention?
Very nice. See, access control, that mechanism, access control means what you understand, controlling the access, right? I have such mechanism, so the malware when it goes on that, let's say, I'll say it that way. When the malware actually enters to your machine, enters to your device, it works, it comes to your device at the user level, right? When it comes to your machine, you are in the user level, and it comes, and any process you run, it will be automatically will take your level, that is the user level. So at the user level, it cannot do much more things. Therefore, you see that why you choose the Linux, and when you use the Linux environment, you can see that we go, if you do something, you will go to sue, right? So unless you go to sue, you are in user mode. In Windows, it does not happen so. Right? Of course, nowadays you have to go to the admin mode, and like this way you are also in the user mode. So when you are in the user mode, much more things you cannot do. Right? So you cannot change the kernel process, you cannot change the registry, etc. Right? So it will ask, it will alert you to take the administration profile, and you ask you the passwords, or at least you ask to click the button OK. Right? Then you are alerted and you are not. However, if it escalates the privilege malware by somehow to the root level, then of course it can do anything else. So that is the reason, so as I told you, so we divided the malware detection now in the different stages. Once the damage occurs, then you cannot rebound it out. So before the damage occurs, can you detect it at the pre-operational stage? So when it is asking for the privilege escalation substance. Therefore, it just as I told you that we are taking that. Can you define a logic? We are trying it out. So I take the memory snapshot at some time and analyze that which process I am taking, which mode it is taking, whether it is my process or not. So in that way, I can identify that whether the malware is there. Hope I can answer your question.
Yes, sir. Sir, are you working on this field, like trying to get some kind of prevention through access control or malware detection?
That's what I'm saying. So access control is for that purpose, right? When you are in the user mode, you are controlled, right? Your access is controlled. But when you come to the root mode, the access is not controlled. You can do anything, right? That's the reason. So if the malware, as long as it is in the user mode, the access is controlled, and it cannot able to do all the things what does it want, like the changing of your registry. So it cannot do because it is in the user mode. Now once it converts, or once it escalates the privilege to the kernel mode, it can do that. So therefore we are telling that. So at the pre-operational stage, we divided it into various stages. In the pre-operational stage, can I identify that it is malicious? It could be malware. So I will stop it. Sure? Right?
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Sangam Chaturvedi, sir. Sir, thank you for your talk. It was definitely very helpful for me to understand. So, one thing which I have been seeing, if you can throw some light on the Active Directory attacks, can we work on that? Because that is now at a rise as of now, Active Directory attacks, and how we can deal with that, if there is anything can be done.
I'm sorry, I couldn't recall it.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Of course, we can discuss it sometimes, but right now, not.
Sir, I have one question from you. Sorry. Myself, Gaurav Kumar from C-DAC Patna.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so you said that you have got the accuracy approximately 98% with your machine learning model based on the API calls made by the malware. So can you just tell us which malware you have tested?
That is, I took it from the CIC malware data set.
Okay.
And we took it from the benign software from the Google Play Store also. We took it something from Android Web too. So these three things we have taken. But still, see, the new malware we could not find out. CIS malware is 2 years, 2020, around 4 years later. 4 years old data set. So therefore we are not happy, we came into the dynamic again. Right?
Yeah, I had one more question related to that. You said that there is one more.
Now of course we are having a data set. We approached to DRDO, they are having recent data set. And they took the presentation and they liked it out, and they given the site. They have a very big data set. Of course, their own data set. They are not giving to anybody. With an NDA they are giving to us. Hopefully we will go with that.
So last year we got GPT 4.0, and one of the capability of GPT 4.0 was that it can manufacture polymorphic malwares.
Right.
So how difficult it will be for the malware detection?
That just I told you. If you did it polymorphic or metamorphic or obfuscation technique you are telling, you are doing, then the signature mechanism will fail. There is no patterns of change at all. And look at this polymorphic, metamorphic, and then we have to do certain other analysis, right? So therefore we are going for the machine learning techniques. Can I see that? Okay, metamorphic, how do you understand? Let's say I wrote a code. When I propagated, the code changes. Let's say first is x is equal to y plus z, and that is essential required code for me. Then I will take it up for another 2-3 statements. I will write that code. So can I have a relation between these things? So there we are seeing that the suitable ML technique can it be fitted into that we can remember the previous history and can correlate it out. Okay. So then we have to see that how much they are obfuscating, how much they are metamorphic. Again, you see, look at this polymorphic, they are encrypting the viruses. When the code is entirely getting different, then it becomes very difficult. So what will be then we are looking at that, okay, let the code change. But one thing is saying that you have the decryption procedure. So from that we are taking the clues. So therefore always I say that this is the war between these two parties. So you look at the key, what it is clue is exploited by the malware writer, and can you take that clue and write some defense mechanisms? And until that is evaporated, until that is come to my mind, it is very difficult to write a defense mechanism.
Thank you.
Hello sir, good evening. So I am Shankar Pagadia from C-DAC Chennai. I was working on the phishing attacks and their mitigation. So there are lots of solutions for email phishing, but there is not a single solution on voice-based phishing. For implementing voice-based phishing prevention, I thought about putting up an app that could intercept the online conversation between me and the person who is at the other side and find out whether there is a malicious intent in that person. But that has ethical and illegal problems. So can it provide a workaround for that? One solution that I thought of was that the speaker can be provided at the app level and a separate gadget can be there, but that's also unethical. So I'm looking forward to a solution to this reform.
You are talking about phishing detection?
Yeah, voice-based phishing.
What?
Voice-based phishing.
Oh, voice-based phishing. Voice-based phishing. No, we are not. To be honest, I am not working with voice-based phishing detections. But we are working in the phishing detection in different way, of course. Right? If you look at this web phishing detection, right? One is the URL. URL phishing detection is a really difficult job. Right? By looking at the URL, I cannot say that whether it is phishing website or a genuine website. Right? It is a real, even though papers are there, but I would say that it never be correct. Right? Because I can tune it out. The URL in different way, it looks like the genuine. In other way around, it could be a fake website looking at genuine, or it could be a genuine website looking at a fake between you. That part we are doing, but so that we are not happy, we are taking snapshot of your that the web page and looking at that whether that phishing will harm you, like whether it is stealing the credential or not. If it is not stealing the credential, it is not most important for me. I can ignore it out. Like that, we are working, but we are not working to voice detection. I mute it. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Phishing, they call it phishing, and they are working. There is a Kolkata team has already been here. So the gentleman who is working is not there, but he will connect you with them. It's very interesting area, very very important area, and you can actually start working. Okay, so Sonali is there. So she is from that team itself, so you can talk to her.
So I can talk also. Aditya, you should not confine to him. I should also talk. Alright. Because it is new to me also, so I should talk also, right? Thank you. Yeah. have questions, you can leave. Thank you then.
Shri Anand Rajaji to kindly present a token of gratitude to Dr. Somnath sir. Thank you, Dr. Somnath sir. Moving on to our next speaker, Shri Anand Raji sir. Shri Anand Raji sir is an entrepreneur, solution architect and a mentor with over 16 years of experience in computing and internet technology design, development and research. Currently, he serves as the co-founder, trustee and CTO at the India Internet Foundation and also as the co-founder and director of Basis Technologies Private Limited. In his previous roles, he worked as a senior consultant on e-governance projects and as a security and academic consultant at organizations like We Here Interactive, NIIT, and Cyberspace Foundation. He is actively associated with professional organizations and communities such as Internet Society, ICANN, IETF, Hyperledger Kolkata, and has contributed to large-scale e-governance projects. He has organized multiple international technology forums, workshops and conferences, and has earned fellowships from ICANN, ISOC, Apricot, AppSig, and IETF. His notable contributions include implementing India's first L-root Anycast instance and fostering community initiatives like the Internet Exchange Kolkata 9. Over to you, sir. I request Dr. Kunal Abhishek sir to kindly welcome Shri Anand Raji sir.
Yeah, hello everyone, and thanks Aditya sir, C-DAC Patna team for having me over here. An historic place, Rajgir, and it is, I think, my second visit after 30 years. And thanks for making it happen. The talk is about innovating tomorrow's internet, something about network, disruptive network implementation. But something that I would like to start or focus upon is internet is not secured by design. So whenever internet was invented, wherever it was invented anywhere, the security part was not there inbuilt as design on it. So if you think of internet, it's all about something like names, numbers, protocols, and these protocols run on middle boxes, right? And these names and numbers and these protocols which runs on middle boxes are not secure. Now, the security is kind of patched into these things. The names, we say DNS, the domain name system, which actually catered to the names. The domain names like india.gov.in.google.com. This india.gov.in or google.com previously was not secured, but then a protocol DNS was secured by DNS6. You know, the DNS6 draws a trust from a top-down hierarchy, which is an ICANN is a body which actually gives that trust, and then that particular security is coming to us. The numbers, we are talking about BGP, the IP protocol, the IP packets, and the BGP, which actually makes networks of network work, that was also not trusted. Then there's an RPKI which actually makes this trust happen. Whenever we think about protocols, these protocols are also not trusted. You had HTTP, then you have HTTPS, you have TLS. Now so there we have seen that India as our country, we are very less contributing to these protocol standards. And as a digital society, we want trusted internet ecospace. So, if I try to understand the landscape, in 2014, we have started with implementing India's first L-root instance. I'll just give you a brief of L-root or root server instances. Whenever we talk about DNS, which is actually the core, one of the major aspects of internet, whenever you call www.google.com and then it translates to an IP address, it's a phone book. DNS serves as the phone books of internet. But it is not horizontal, not a flat file. It is tree-like. Now what happens over here is the root and the TLD and the authoritative zones gives you that particular data. And the root servers are having those particular data at the root, which is having only the TLD information. So if you go to, they say that .com, I know the answer. .in, I know the answer, but I don't know the answer of google.com. So you need to come down to the ladder. Then in 2014, we tried to implement one L-root server in Kolkata with ICANN. Everybody was thinking only 2 Mbps will get traffic on that root server. We wanted 20 Mbps. That means all the traffic was having a routing detour to either Singapore or Amsterdam. That means there was a big routing detour possibility over there. Then we thought, why we don't want to measure it, and we want to understand what is happening over there. We found none of the measurement system in India working at that time. So, if you see our landscape, at the wave standard level, TDIL is working. At the telecom and IoT standard, TSDSI and TEC is working. At the link layer, we have TSDSI and TEC. BIS is also working. But whenever we talk about internet standards, the application layer, transport layer and network layer, very few organizational work was there at that particular time. We tried to understand that what to do over here. We proposed a project, Advanced Internet Operations Research in India. And the phase 1 is completed, phase 2 has just started, and we want more collaborations over here. The basic idea is to understand how internet works. What are the problem statements of different services which are there rendered over internet. Think of whenever we talk about a particular service deployed in India, implemented in India, and somebody who is accessing from Arunachal Pradesh, or somebody who is accessing from Trivandrum, both the persons should access it uniformly. The access should be trusted, secured, the same latency should be there, and there should not be any problem statements as well. So what we decided to have is a platform which could measure these things, and an end-to-end platform. And that is something where we have implemented a complete disruptive network topology. We have around 5 or 6 servers across India. These are Anika servers, and 100 anchors across India. These 100 anchors are user anchors. These 100 anchors are capable of measuring data points. So whenever you pass any command to that measurement anchor, it will give you answers to what is the latency of that particular protocol, what are the protocol parameters over there, and it will also show you what needs to be done. So we have loads of data to understand what is happening. Think of like any web service you want, you just put it in the platform. In one go, the 100 anchors will actually fire your command, give you results, and you'll come to know what are the problem statements. Now dive deep into that data, and then you can again fire into one anchor, and then you can have lots of data over there. That particular platform was not available in India. It was ISSETC, one of the platforms, which was by Europe, Planet M. These are the measurement platforms that was there available. So AIORI, IML, we have started in 2022. Right now it was second phase, and we are right now will have at least 1,000 anchors, and this 1,000 anchors give us loads of data to understand what is happening over internet. Why it is required? First thing is, whenever the world was kind of the US and Europe was inventing internet, we were actually outsourcing. So we were an outsourcing country. But right now, going ahead 10 years, what happens is we are becoming a digital society. We want to understand how internet works. We want to evolve how internet works with the world. And the third one is we wanted to actually contribute and understand what are the intricacies of that, what could actually impact us. I'll give you a brief understanding. I was talking about DNS. DNS, there is an algorithm that is used for DNS-SEC, RSA algorithm. What they are trying to understand is RSA may be not working, so they are working with the ECC, the electric curve cryptography, what to change, and then post-quantum cryptography. So there is one group that has been formed in ICANN. Nobody from India is in that group. But again, in 5 to 6 years, they are going to change the whole algorithm of DNS-SEC completely. Now, that particular algorithm will impact each and every person who is on internet. But nobody from us is actually contributing to that. So what we are trying to do is, we have created a platform in which researchers, we can join, collaborate, and start contributing to that. Maybe some algorithmic changes, maybe something that we wish to pursue. So this is something, a platform that we tried, we have developed, and right now it is kind of in work to do condition, and anybody can come to us and we can just collaborate and work. First thing is, the platform is secured by design. That means completely secured. Nobody else other than you can actually, as a trusted user, can actually run any command over there. Whatsoever command this particular device platform will run, it is completely secured. Measurement from edge nodes. The idea over here in 5G and other things also, things need to be at the edges. And we need to measure end to end. If you go to LEO satellites also, everywhere whenever you see, the content will be at the edges. DNS and the critical internet infrastructure, that is the CII, it should be in the edges. In this particular design, we have incorporated that. These particular anchors are actually edge devices which are capable of running any command as well as anything that it happens. End-to-end measurement, it is interoperable. The main feature of this platform is it is interoperable. So whenever I was presenting to ISSETC conferences, in IGF and other conferences, they told why there was a new measurement system that was needed. The first thing is they are not end-to-end measurement systems. The second thing, they are not interoperable. And this particular platform is interoperable with ISSETC, with Burst platform of ISOC, with any other platform. And even anyone who wishes to use this platform can easily use it with a complete wall, and that's why it's secured by design. Easy integration and rapid prototyping. One of the features that we have put into this platform is, let's say a new protocol needs to be developed. We don't have a production environment in India. Think of one of the protocols we are working in, IPv6 measurement. In this particular thing, we are tweaking IPv6 packets. understand the intricacies of it and also work upon it so that new protocol innovations could come over here. I will not go much into this. This is the components of high-level architecture. The middle is AIORI.in. It's kind of, we are shifting the whole infrastructure, so maybe some of the things may not work. But you can go into the website and you can see yourself how it works. And lots of things that goes around it. Let's say one remote endpoint, you find something. You fire some command, automatically it goes through this particular server and then we get the commands measure data over there. This is something, the architecture of it. What we have done is around 5 places these servers are there. We are putting in more places right now, 10 or 15 places in next 3 to 5 years. We have around 100 anchor networks across India. These are small Raspberry Pi units. We can have in your VMs also, virtual machines also. You can just put that software into your virtual machine or your anchor. You can have your anchor and you can test and you can start researching on that. Let's say if you are thinking of something on DNS or kind of domain name squatting or understand what is happening over there, you come to us in the portal, you go to the portal, you fire some commands, you get the results, and you get understanding of what is happening over there. So these are the things that is possible for the research community. This is something that has been developed as an anchor platform. Let's say I'll give you an example of what would be the use cases. Anycast is a technology which many of us are right now using. If you are watching something on Hotstar, cricket match, football matches, fine. You are using YouTube, Google, fine. These are using Anycast technology. Anycast is a technology which uses the same IP address across the world. 5 or 10, not 100 locations, so that you can have localized data come to you. Whenever this localized data comes to you, then automatically your latency gets lower, right? Because say something is in New York and something is in Patna, then definitely you will have a better latency. In that way, we have created around tens of Anycast instances and we try to figure out if you are serving from Bangalore or Patna, where from you are serving, where from you are served, and we are trying to understand what is the network topology problem statements over there. If say you are served with the lowest latency and the geographic location is very near, that means there is very less burden on the national backbone. And also, if we will localize the things, we will be more resilient. What happens over here in a TR situation? If something happens, let's say all the submarine cable landing stations are kind of not working, then what happens? Your DNS, your content, if it is completely dispersed, then your data or your web services, you cannot get that. For that, we need to do some localization, edge management. This particular measurement platform is giving you the opportunity to understand what are the edge implementation of your own network, your own services. These are the portal, this is the portal inside. Whenever you go inside and you get that portal. Think of, you wanted to understand the routing detours. You select 5 or 6 anchors, you run the commands, and automatically it will give you a complete data point for how the routing detour is happening through AS to AS mapping. So this is also a feature of the product. You can easily get a national latency over there. Some are in green, some are in orange. We have just quoted it. If it is less than 50 milliseconds, then it is in green. So you wanted that, let's say your customers are in Patna, you want your services to be in green zone in Patna, then you see that if 5 or 6 anchors give you good details that these ISPs are serving your web services properly. If there is any problem, automatically you will get to know from the measurement system what is the problem. This is the DNS resiliency from user endpoint. We try to get it to like meeti.gov.in from Guwahati. Think of how root server is responding over there. We can understand whenever a person is trying to access Guwahati from Guwahati meeti.gov.in, how root server is responding, how the .in registry is responding, and how the authoritative zone is responding. So this was not actually this was not the case whenever we tried to use a measurement system from other players. We try to understand that if this is something that we can say, from this particular data we can see that yes, some root server at that particular location is required, or maybe .in registry operations, something .ccTLD zone should be over there, so that there will be less latency resolution. They talk about ISSETC visualization. We have implemented a visualizer. Here what happens, using this measurement platform, anyone can start working on their own systems and can integrate with this. These are some of the use cases to get the health of measurement in different regions. So, I'll just give you an example over there. So, the root servers, there are 13 root servers across the world. Why 13 root servers? Because of root servers are very important. If I say a kill switch on internet, then it is a root server. If root server get bombarded, then if you have everything, your internet will not work. For that, the scientists who actually developed internet try to understand this problem, and they have created 13 root servers, 13 copies, or you can say 13 name servers of E to M. And then the idea was to actually have it 13 dispersed across the world. But after some time, they have stopped it. They have done 10 in US, 2 in Europe, 1 in Japan. John Postel used to have DNS implemented. It was the duty of John Postel. After John Postel died, they have started a new regime of Anycast instances. Anycast is nothing but copy of these 30. So if a root server, they have made copy instances of 30 and they have deployed across the world. Now what happens over here is, these Anycasts are not the controlled Anycasts. They are the client Anycasts. That means these Anycast instances draw trust or the key from ICANN. ICANN is having a PKI. And what happens over here is, let's say you are cut from your submarine cable landing station. Then you have only 7 days. You need to rejoin with the code. Otherwise, you will have DNS resolution which is not secure. Now, this particular problem statement was there, and it is inevitable right now also. And there are lots of talks about internet fragmentation that is coming from different countries. Because of these things, because trust and the security is top down, whereas the internet is more or less, the internet implementation is decentralized and distributed. In that mode, we wanted to have indigenous implementations to understand how we can go for hybrid trust models or something which will be actually beneficial for the country as well as the whole world, because it should be having a standard way of implementation. And for that, we needed a platform. That platform is built. We are right now here so that you and we can work together, have some collaborations, and then on specific areas of research, we can work on protocol parameters. Think of it, internet stack, which is evolving. Future of internet research has started happening in Australia, Europe, and other countries. It is going to shape up in next 10 years. Would you like to have your smart cities resilient, secured? Then the product, the internet stack is something we need to understand its intricacies, understand what needs to be changed for the next generation, and that is why we wish to collaborate with all of them. I think. one of the studies from the measurement system is the ISSETC caucus. I am a member of ISSETC caucus. It is something a working group on ICANN, which actually works on how root servers work. They say that out of 13 root servers, you should have an 8 root server at any point of time so that your DNS resolution is perfect. We try to understand what is the process using this measurement system, how it helps. So these are different root servers. We try to have, like in India right now, it is 39 root servers we have. In globe, as a global, 1495, USA it is 293, China 29, Japan 24 and 16. But you will see the location wise is this. These are the different states where different root servers are placed. Now we try to understand what is the kind of latency, or whenever we, let's say, fetch a record, a record of wiki.gov.in or google.com. We have seen that a root server responses with 120.75 to 148. The range is, we have given it 3 ranges so that we should be unbiased. And then we have seen that those root servers which are not deployed in India are kind of giving more latency, and those root servers which are deployed in India is giving less latency. The second observation was also there, that if a root server or any other server which is in your network, it is not imperative that that particular server will get the lower latency from the geographic location. Let's say if a server is placed in Kolkata or Patna or Bhubaneswar, that server, if a user is accessing from Bhubaneswar, it is not it will get the lowest latency because of the ISPs and the way they peer with each other. Because the peering and the transient also plays a big role whenever a particular service is being rendered. In that way, we try to understand what needs to be done. And there are lots of advisories and there are lots of reports that we have produced that these are the ISPs which need to be peered at that particular exchange points so that your latency will be very low. Second thing, if there is something that is needed at the edge, that is also very much important. These things that need to be done, we are trying to measure it properly. The second, the moreover thing is the protocol implementations. That is very important. Whenever we think of any new capability that is emerging right now, we wish to test it in a production environment. Think of colleges, institutions which are having a computers lab. We don't have an internet lab itself, wherein the production parameter would actually develop something, test it end to end. And there we have a capability where we actually have distributed endpoints. In those distributed endpoints, we have a payload where we actually measure the protocol parameters. So these are some of the capabilities that we actually integrated into this, we have developed into this so that anyone who wished to research could actually work around it. Let's say 3 or 4 days ago, we got .com June and we started working on that. There are around 8 crores of records. We try to understand that what are the problem statements of the domain name systems, the DNS part of it, and the data is right now pulling in our servers. We are using machine learning algorithms to understand the different intricacies of it, and whenever there is any phishing attack or any such kind of attacks, we use those particular data from our anchor points, and we could actually predict some attacks which could happen. Because whenever you measure continuously, think of a situation, we are measuring the root servers, the tier D servers, and the authoritative zones every second day or every second minute. Then you have a clear-cut idea of what is the health of the system on a very normal day. Now there is some attack that happens at a particular level. We collaborate with that agency, we get that data, and we try to understand that what happened and what kind of aspect actually gone down, gone up. And in that way, we got to understand many things over there. So it is very much important that we collaborate with different agencies, understand the benefits of it, because internet is driven by multiple stakeholders. Not a single stakeholder. There are device, there are device owners, the people who actually work and develop protocols, the people who actually govern internet, like those agencies like ICANN, EPNIC and other agencies which are there in the governance of internet. Then there are people who are OS makers, there are people who are actually working on the software side of it. So there are many people who actually, the ISPs, the internet service providers, there are many stakeholders which actually drive internet. And the whole part of it is not secure. All the stakeholders are there, it is not secure. A simple thing, just now there is a loophole that has just emerged, C-DAC. DNS, in the DNS what happens is, it actually gets the data in a resource record. And that resource record, it signs with a key. Now think of a situation where you have multiple resource records, okay, and you have multiple keys. Now these multiple keys, you have like hundreds of keys, which is not the key of this resource record. It is not signed by those keys. What happens? The resolver tries to understand which key is of which resource record. In that way, what happens? This is an endless loop. And in this endless loop, what happens? Each and every resource, the recursive resolver can be bombarded. And if it happens, then lots of the resolvers which has not actually secured this can be targeted, and your one part of the internet could be down. Now think of this, is it a security vulnerability? Was it a security vulnerability? I just researched during my work, and I have seen that it was not a security vulnerability. It was kind of a flexibility given to the DNS by the RFC, the protocol, that you could have lot many resource records and you could have lot many keys. So there are possibilities where your protocol is outdated. There are possibilities where your protocol has not given that particular flexibility, but in the operational part of it, you need to have those flexibilities inbuilt in the software. So these things are catered by the companies or the people who are working in US and Europe. Think of India as a country which is becoming a digital society. And if you will not work on these things right now, then what will happen? We will be actually going for them that anything happens, please suggest something. It should be our research which tells that yes, this is the protocol implementation, but whenever you will implement, these flaws could happen. And like the speakers were talking about the rural security, the rural India unit security. Somebody is talking about the BGP security. All of us are trying to understand what are the security postures. But it remains in those things which are actually the nuts and bolts of the cyberspace. And the nuts and bolts of cyberspace is the internet protocol stack, the names and numbers, and it is going to change. We should be in the driving seat of that change. With that, I'll complete my speech and I'm ready for the questions.
Dr. Anand, the speech was very much informative. One just small query related to the DNS filtering and the DNS latency. There is a resultance. Can you just highlight a little bit detail on that? How DNS filtering can affect the DNS latency?
Now see, it depends where you wanted to do that filtering. Let's say if you wanted to do that filtering at a recursive resolver level, then definitely it can impact your latency. Now, how you will implement, that's an optimization problem that needs to be catered to. Let's say you have some DNS query that is coming up. You may use that access control list that find these things will not be there. And then at the filtering level also, you could have your optimized algorithm. You will have at least something which are giving you results not one here is the filtering mechanism should be very much optimized whenever you are doing some filter.
Actually, the target should be to have a low latency using DNS filter.
Definitely.
So how effectively you can use that?
So it depends on the filtering algorithms that we are working on.
Anything you can suggest this?
There are lots of things that we can discuss on that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
So thank you for the informative talk. This is Rashmi from SETS. I have a query on the vulnerability that you were discussing. Although you say it is a flexibility that is given to the AA records. So is the same vulnerability exist in the Kotra AA records also that is used for the IPv6 entries? The same exists?
Same. So key trap was something that, let's say DNSSEC uses ZSK and DSK to safeguard. So this is the PKI infrastructure that they use. Now you can have lots of keys which will sign the resource records. Okay. What could happen here is the researchers have done what that the resource record they have signed with multiple keys. Let's say you have 10 keys which are signing 10 records. That means you have 100 records, 100 signed records. Now they have changed these keys to something else. So these keys are not those valid keys which actually sign these records. Now you have 10 invalid keys and you have 100 valid signatures, and you want this was there in the DNS RFC that you could have lots of resource records and you could have lots of keys over there. Now what has happened after this is Bind and others have started, they have given this particular a shot. So there is a new thread they are generating for any kind of multiple resource record. Automatically new thread is generated and that particular has been given the workload to decipher things. Second, they have given an outbound boundary of that particular cycle. So this is something implementation details. It should have gone into the best practices RFC. So there are lots of things that are there that's not there. So we are trying to understand those things and with this platform, and we will be keeping all of you know those things.
So one more question. You were saying on an IP protocol tweaking that you have done, and there is some challenge on testing it. Can you elaborate it?
Yeah, so there is one thing that we are working on IPv6 payloads, trying to understand what parameter we will, like say you have given a particular query to a particular server. Now I am having a latency of that particular client and server, but I don't have the latency of how much time the server is taking. So there is a new RFC that has come up, which tries to understand how much time this server has taken. Let's say delta, at the delta time the server has the particular server has received that particular packet, and delta plus 3 it has actually responded. So we wanted to understand how much latency this particular server is putting in this particular transaction and all the middle boxes. For that there is a RFC which is actually there, which tries to implement this as an extension to IPv6 protocol, and we are trying to implement it one of the industries. I'll get back to you. That's a very interesting work.
Thank you.
For that, what we wanted is both the servers and clients should be there, because we need to have those IPv6 enabled servers where these protocols are implemented, and we need clients also. So this particular platform was very easy to actually have this complete.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions?
Hello, good morning, sir. My name is Prabhakar Mishra from C-DAC Patna. So what I understand that we have deployed and we have planned to deploy many small computing devices, and for which if I am the producer, then I can check what is my latency from different part of the India to reaching to my website. So the one question that comes into mind, that if I, as an attacker, if I request one time to that website, then the producer will get many requests. So I mean, that can be used as a denial of service attack also, the purpose of denial of service attack to the producer. So how does we are going to plan to tackle those situations?
So we have, thanks for your question. So whenever we planned this architecture, we planned that first in mind, that our system should not be a test bed for the attackers to do DDoS. So what happens over here is, there are predefined time zones, there are 3 or 4 queues that actually are there whenever the server at the edge level, and trying to understand where these queries are generated. Let's say you have generated a query to a particular website, and there are 100 anchors over there. You will be given only 20 or 25 anchors. That 25 anchors will actually run the command at a particular predefined time so that it should not be a DDoS. So there is an interval over there. So whenever you push commands, it is not that it is very easy that get through the system and you go into this. There's different intervals that we have access controls, and it is by design. That means the algorithm itself thinks. So first of all, what we have done is, let's say in the computing device, we try to understand what is the capacity of that computing device as a CPU and the RAM. Second thing, we see that how much query it is having. Second, as a user has to go, we see that how many queries you have run to the same particular web service. In that way, we try to have a better consensus that yes, your queries should be fired. So these things are there as a part of the architecture. So we have very meticulously designed the architecture so that anyone if you are running something, don't worry about that. And we have done our testings. Different agencies have done that testing. So this is both of them. So it will not be doing a DDoS attack here. Done for any other questions? Thank you.
I request Shri Krishna Pandey sir, Director Security Engineering Salesforce INC, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Shri Anand Rajas sir. We'll be having a short break of 15 minutes. I request the honorable members of the House to kindly proceed for snacks and tea. Thank you.
Sẽ gây ra chuyện đặc biệt gì? Hello. Hãy đi bán hãy đi bán sao rồi lên course अभी टका रहता तो कहीं चलते
Hello everyone, good afternoon. I understand that there's time crunch and there are 3 more sessions and we have a cultural meeting at 6, so I've been asked to kind of go faster. I will try to kind of wrap up the important points, what I try to convey, and me being a security engineering professional and like I lead the security engineering Salesforce as people mentioned. So I will try to kind of give you very crisp view of how security and engineering combines together. So if you see, if you're, I had an incident at hotel and which gave me a very good analogy to describe the thing. So if you think hotel as a, I would say, a resource in cloud, right? Where you are trying to access a microservice through an API gateway, which is a reception. And that API gateway will take you to the resources in the rooms, which can be a compute, storage, and whatnot, right? And if you are assuming there are 100 customers at a hotel at any given day, and now if that, just imagine a situation that where any customer with an access card can go to any hotel room and access any resources at will. That is the multi-tenancy problem in the cloud. Now we are talking about one hotel. Now there are thousands of hotels just in Bihar, and then scale this problem to entire India and the world. You will get a problem what people face as multi-cloud and multi-tenant. So this is exponential. So while a lot of practitioners will think this is a security problem, it took me at least 4 years back I had a realization that everything is not a security problem. When you try to solve a security problem at scale, that's where you need engineering. And that's where the security engineering really is. I would say it is an equal collaboration between having a technically feasible solution for solving security and then taking it at an internet scale to actually production and implement the same thing. So my talk was here more about, like we are in a startup world, right? Like everybody is doing startups. And most of them are SaaS, like software as a service. Now the software as a service thing runs in a multi-tenant cloud because, okay, let me change the slides. I was trying to go really fast. So the problem space we are talking about is how can you prevent Pepsi from seeing proprietary data of Coke, right? Both are competitors. There are Paytm, there's Google Pay, there are PhonePe, and they compete in the same space. So that's the problem space we are trying to solve. If everybody is using AWS or Azure or GCP, how are they going to kind of not actually, I would say, develop trust between the customers that one, the customer X can't access the customer Y resources, and other thing is, their data is not being used. For example, let's say customer X has better technology, which can be used to serve their customers. How can they say that this cloud service provider, which also have AI, so you are a SaaS startup, you said, hey, my AI-powered solution is great, and my AI technology can solve your problem, but by learning the data from it, I have the data, I have the AI tech, you are using my tech, can my competitor benefit from that? Because now, my machine learning has improved significantly. So, though the competitor is not investing in the tech and research, he will get the benefit of this English data model, which basically the solution provider is doing. So that is kind of a concern which increasingly, like most of the new age internet startups are having, the trust deficit with the solution provider. And the third thing which I am saying is definitely the model theft itself. So it is a kind of combination of infrastructure, guardrails, and we'll see how. So this was the problem I was trying to, there are many security engineering where it comes into play. As I was trying to give you an example of a hotel. So if a customer goes into your mini bar and eats your chocolate, you will not feel very happy about it when you are billed for that. So in the cloud, there is a billing and metering problem where you want to only pay for what you are using. And that again becomes like, if billing and metering seems so easy to talk about, but it's a very big challenge for the SaaS companies to actually charge you for the resources you are using, because it requires a lot of auditing and logging and like to make sure whatever I have used, I'm just paying for that. So actually it evolved from silo thing. So in the case of government, which are highly regulated, you will go for something like a silo model that, hey, I don't want to share my resources with any other customer, give me a dedicated room. So I don't want anybody to kind of come into my room and play with my resources, right? So that's the cost of privacy, that you will charge for those sort of tenancy. It is kind of silo. Then you can say, I'm in a cloud, give me a kind of separated intranet sort of thing, which is VPC. Then you will say, okay, I have a different subnet. You can say, if you are going into an EKS sort of thing where nobody is using EC2 nowadays, like most of the large scale deployments are on Kubernetes. So suppose you are using EKS, you will say, okay, I will have a cluster and I will have a tenant isolation at the namespace level. So those are again very complex problem when it comes from the BCP perspective. If your cloud service is going down, whatnot, your pods will restart for no reason, out of memory and everything. But actual security engineering, what makes it special is that threat. So to wrap it up shortly, I just want to, the one takeaway I want to give this audience from this talk today is, while we talk about a lot of concepts in theory, like there's an authentication and authorization, but when you want to make it customized and at a scale, that's where the security engineering and a fail-safe and a fault tolerant and all the non-functional requirements when it comes at a scale, that's where the big techs are working. Like all the research is happening on those things. How can you say that, hey, like when you say 100% of resources, a lot of big tech don't know what's the denominator. For example, if you can't save something or you can't protect something if you can't see it. So there might be all those sort of problems. So coming back to authentication on the authorization side, role-based access control, it has been very traditional, Active Directories and whatnot. Nothing fancy there. If you have a small number of tenants, you just want hard-coded policies, anyone can come, very well-defined, it goes into 1 to n. For n number of tenants, you will have n into n policies. For the dynamically generated policies, it's where you have the cross-tenant problem, like we are customer X and customer Y. We both are, for example, there are two agencies working for Ministry of IT and they want to collaborate. In that case, you want to have like, okay, I want some sort of attribution and like how can we cross collaborate? You can access only this shared resources. In that case of thing, we will see how we can do with propagation of identity into another tenant. The third one is where we come into the attribute-based access control. And this is what is actually recently all the security engineering orgs are working, and it is very common to use tags. In this case also, we will see how we can simply, this is the most simple diagram I found to kind of convey this, right? So if you see there is a tenant, and this yellow is the tag there, it's not very visible, but let's say customer X is tenant yellow, and customer Y is tenant blue. I'm assuming that everybody knows what is generality tokens and how it is used for authentication as a bearer token. So with the tenant ID injected into the header, it will kind of go into the microservices. So if you see, but yeah, if you see that there's a session tag which is going into tenant ID, and it simply talks about how you can have a STS token for that specific tenant ID, and then that tenant scope credentials, and this is all happen at runtime. But the major thing is the tags are at the key here. In a multi-tenant way, you can dynamically generate. It's not like, because if you see an APIs, nowadays everything is an API, and you have an API key which is valid for years. Those API keys are again at a security risk. So it is very much important, even from that perspective, that you have very short-lived tokens. So that's where we are talking about how you can have attribute-based access control, which is very highly scalable design. So again, I think these are more from security engineering perspective. Whenever we kind of build a product which needs to be at net scale, we have to think about identity, user, onboarding, metering, deployment metrics, analytics operations. These are not even exhaustive list, but you need to think like what is the best trade-off. Maybe sometime in a multi-tenant you are just saying database. There is a common database, but other resources like compute are not shared. So you will partition your database based on the tenant ID. So there are multiple considerations, and if there's no right solution, people have to think of the problem. Same with the encryption, it needs to be like if you are sending the data to an AI-powered business, like you want to scrub the data at the client side or the server side. Tulika ma'am was talking about bring your own encryption. Here also we have a customer managed key. While you are encrypting the key with your, it is managed by the customer. So the cloud service provider has no control. You destroy the key and your entire data is unusable. So that sort of things we can do. Cost to serve definitely goes very down into the multi-tenant architecture because you are not paying for the entire dedicated resources. Noisy neighbor, blast radius, I think all these concepts are very well known. So if, for example, somebody else is using, like if you are saving a resource, somebody can use the resource more than. So again, coming back to the hotel thing, if there was one hotel at the one steam iron at the hotel, somebody was blocking it for 1 hour, so I have to wait for it. So that becomes like a noisy neighbor sort of problem where you have to wait for the resources till the time it. So same thing with the blast radius. If one thing goes down, if you are a multi-tenant, then all the customers will be impacted. So the blast radius can be high when you are using the multi-tenant side of the things. So there are drawbacks also in that consideration. And definitely with the data protection regulations and whatnot, there can be a privacy impact also on the compliance side that you don't want to share your infra with anyone else. So in that cases, you have to again think of those things. I wanted to kind of go deep onto the model theft and misuse, but I will just go through the slides for the account of time. So definitely your AI model, which is being trained on like petabytes of data, and which is kind of data. There's a huge cost involved with the classification of data, data labeling. There's a whole data governance and how we kind of propagate, like tag propagation and all that thing. For example, how we track. So when you have a fully trained production grade your machine learning model, it is very paramount that we are able to protect that. So for that, how we are kind of going to take care of the actual environment where it is deployed, so that there are no inference attacks, there are no ML data poisoning and whatnot. But other thing which is very critical is the supply chain. The supply chain for our normal software development has been talked about, like we have heard about solar winds and whatnot happened where it was compromised. Similarly, we have machine learning bill of materials where you will keep track of all the external used libraries for that purpose. Again, the same where we use traditionally the Artifactory for our storing third-party dependencies. You will have a centralized history for machine learning models. And then the like DevSecOps, now there's MLSecOps. So it is again a very field where you want to kind of make sure you are able to continuously deliver things in production. I wanted to, again, this is a threat model for the entire, from the OS top 10 for the large language models. You can see prompt injections and other all sort of attack vectors here. We don't have time, but it is a good read to explain very well in the top 10 LLM guide, which is freely available. People can download. So you can see all the 10 attack vectors very nicely. Food for thought. Again, this is a problem which is happening on basically whenever you are going to have an AI-enabled SaaS service, you need to ask them very explicitly, put it into your contract. How do they use your proprietary data? What is the right isolation strategy? You can ask them. You can do the privacy preserving encryption where you are sharing confidential data and AI masking. Same thing, and the last one is really important because it becomes like a shared responsibility model. What is in cloud? What is customer responsible for, and what is the SaaS company responsible for, and what about the CSP? So having a right contract in place, if there is any financial or other obligations coming out of tented data output from the backend LLMs, who is responsible? Cleaning that out is very important. So yeah, there's a couple of references here, and thank you. Yes, please.
Sir, so when you mentioned about the model security, right, how do we ensure that the model is not tampered with? Like,
So that's where the things are. Like, for example, if you heard about the Facebook Llama, right? It was made open for developers, and within a week, it was available for download. And people actually, for research purposes, they tried actually modified that Llama and made it available for others to use. So that's where you have to keep, as I was saying, like whatever your machine learning models are, you need to have an artifactory of the verified machine learning models. You have to keep an inventory. You have to manage a supply chain, MLS bomb, which we call it, right? So bill of materials. And that's where people are able to download the right machine learning models from authentic sources.
I mean, like, authentication, I agree that once there is a central repository, you can download it, it will be like container images download, right? But
So I think I heard you half. So trusted images, right? Like for example, if right now forget AI or ML. Right now, how do you download your Windows updates securely from Windows servers? Or how do you download RHEL packages from Red Hat satellite servers, for example?
am I audible now?
Yes.
Yeah, so my doubt was not towards like how to verify the images. Basically, like let's say I trained an model with a set of data, right? How do I set a guardrail that okay, this is the trained model, or how do I measure its performance? Basically, like okay, this is the right model. If I retrain it, right, how do I verify like okay, will I come to the same result or not?
So that's where, so in the ML there is a concept now going on of adversarial training of your ML model itself. So the ML model itself will know that when somebody is trying to tend to the data or is learning, by, for example, if customer X again is trying to, for example, put something on Wikipedias and other sources where it knows that this model gets all the information from these sources. So now it is getting trained on the tainted data. So you will need to kind of train your machine learning model to recognize when the data variance is there. So it is called adversarial training for the machine learning. Just to put.
Yeah, I'll review over. Yeah. Thank you.
Regarding the non-language model mistake, not playing, don't
some of the important aspects of it, because these days the infrastructure required for large language model, that is becoming a challenge. So to optimize that infrastructure, is there any proposition where the security aspect is not undermined?
So again, there is no right answer for it. I think cloud makes you much better. You can have a specific instance of cloud, I would suggest, because you are training on a large number of data. The only consideration here is that when you train a large amount of data, importing the data into the cloud itself is a huge cost.
Yeah.
So that becomes a problem, but we have seen a lot of multinational companies traditionally already moved to big data. So they have made that transition already if they wanted to. So in that case, we are not seeing much data yet. But to answer your question, security again, it is a very subjective. Where is your data? It is in, I would say, cloud, on-prem, private cloud, multi-cloud. Securing that again is a kind of challenge.
Because you have mentioned about the isolation. So is it possible to have isolation in that framework as well?
Yes, isolation can be a very, I would say, securely done.
Yeah.
Yes. So again, as I saw it, right? Like, so there is silo model. Then you can have at a VPC level. Then you can have at inside VPC you can have a subnet level sort of isolation.
Which one would be better choice there?
It again depends. I think you need to actually review that which cloud you are going into, and then based on whatever they are. But always have a kill switch. So that customer managed key, I would say, having it at your side is the key there.
Yeah, some control should be there.
Yes.
So, okay, thank you. Thanks.
Mr. User, that was a nice session of you. You talked about transitive access, like if there are two parties involved and then the first party data or resources can be tampered with by the third party, like A and B are involved, then B can access the data by C. So, and you also talked about that big research giants are working on access control model like attribute based or policy based. Then why they are not thinking of activity based? Like why you are applying access control on resources? Why not on the activity that they are trying to perform?
So when it comes to, I would say the end product, right? When you say user behavior, we call it UEBA, user entity behavior analytics, right? There are a lot of products which monitor if this user is a normal user, it is a power user, and there are a lot of software built around it. But once you kind of reach to the cloud, which is like the actually end service, so there are no network hops before that. So these considerations are for this, which I was talking about. But you're definitely, there are certain solutions which sense like, okay, which IP address you are coming from, which geolocation you are coming from. Based on that, you can define policies. So definitely there is some anomaly detection built, but that is not part of the kind of, I would say, software engineering or security engineering problem that when you are developing a solution. But it is more for the security appliances to solve that problem.
Thank you, sir.
I request Advocate Ravi Tamam sir to kindly present a token of gratitude to Krishna Pandey sir. I'll introduce the next speaker, Advocate Ravi Tamam sir, cyber legal forensics expert Israel. Advocate Ravi Tamam sir is a seasoned legal professional with a wealth of expertise in Israeli corporate law and a nuanced understanding of its civil, criminal, and regulatory dimensions. He received his LLB and MLB degrees respectively from the University of Tel Aviv and Bar Ilan University. He has had profound involvement in initiating regulatory processes in the realm of internet, illegal blacklist accounts, and navigating legislative intricacies surrounding privacy, search and seizure protocols, evidence production, and database regulations, both in Israel and on a global scale. He's also actively involved with foreign law enforcement agencies such as SFO, FBI, SA Scorpions, and BKA. Advocate Tamam sir has also assumed leadership roles in establishing and enabling new business and adorned the role of an effective negotiator as well. He is the founder of the firm Intact Cyber Crisis Management and partner of investigative law firm FITCO, which is involved in fraud regulations, cyber compliance, anti-money laundering, and combat in terror financing, AML-CTF. Notably, he also heads the Seaports Task Force, the Organized Crime Task Force, the Illegal Internet Gambling Task Force, all of which are branches of Governmental Standing Committee Against Organized and Financial Crime. I welcome you, sir. I request Sri Neeraj Kumar, Scientist C at C-DAC Patna, to kindly welcome Advocate Ravi Tamam, sir.
Okay, I am the last one. Can you hear me?
That's it.
Oh! I want to laugh. Thank you so much. Thank you. We're going to get into the ceremony.
Okay, guys, I'm the last one. So the people in the last row that was speaking all the time, one to another, I see you, don't speak. That's the first one. The second, I'm going to talk about people. Not millisecond, even though it's very, very important. And not any kind of technology, because at the end, cyber is people. Because the weakest link in every cyber crisis, and I've managed more than 30, some of them are the biggest that were in Israel, the weakest link is always the person. So we're going to start the day after the crisis. Just want to give also the honor to my colleague and dear friend, Mr. Harsh Mehta, who brought me here to you guys. He's the CEO of Mac and Me, and we work together a lot. At the end, you have a QR with my details in Parish, and you're going to get this presentation to you guys, because it's also work tool for you. So there's no need to take any photo of me disturbing you in the screen, because you're going to get this PDF, so I can show you. This is what happened to the world after the 7th of October 2023. Not only Israel got turned upside down, the whole world. Because as you see, this is December, the most targeted country in the world is Israel. And it's because it's the war. Before that, the most targeted country in the world was Ukraine, because of the war. And I don't wish it to anybody. But if there's going to be any war involving India, it's going to be because the civil and the army got mixed. One second, there's somebody hearing me on Zoom? No? You can hear me, right? Go to the back? Great. So as I said, the tool of cyber as a warfare is going to be very, very common. And what you see in here can happen to everybody. And what you see in here is that this attack against Israel website as a percentage of the whole volume of the Israeli network, which is the very big one. It goes up to 4% of the whole volume of access to Israeli websites. 4% of that was DDoS attack, distributed denial of service. 4%, you can't even imagine that. That means that cyber crisis is going to get to everybody. Cyber crisis is not the share of big companies. SMBs, small medium businesses, going to realize that they have cyber problem just like the bigger one. But guess what? They don't have enough money, don't have enough tools to confront such threats. Are you safe enough? The word safe enough, I'm going to reply them again and again and again, because of the fact that this is the solution to a problem that I will present to you now. How do you see, how do you see it in the day after? The cyber crisis is an event that starts with the tech division, but it is not limited to the tech division. You have to understand that cyber crisis management, it's a very young method. There's not much theory behind that. Most of the people who deals today with cyber crisis management are either people from the army who did negotiations, or people from the tech industry who knows their technology. But see the definition behind me. Cyber crisis will start in the tech division, but will not be limited to the tech division. decision. It will have influence on the reputation, the finance, the IP, the intellectual property, and the privacy, and more and more and more of the company, of the organization. So the main difference between a cyber crisis and another crisis, let's say that the CEO was caught in sexual harassment. This is a crisis for an organization. But cyber crisis is different in the height of the waves and the ripples. And the waves are very high in cyber crisis. Civil liability. CEOs, COOs, all the C-suits of a company now can be liable. Civil, and we're going to see afterwards, also criminal, in things that they didn't do when they had the time to do that. See, Home Depot, 27 billion. 27 billion. There goes the bonus of that year. We're going to continue. Regulatory changes. You know, we had, a few years ago, we had the GDPR, who was very new, and we had the California Privacy Act, who was not obliging, it was only California, but most of the states in the United States of America adopted part of it. But look at 2023. California, you have the CPRA, the Privacy Act, the new one. Virginia has one. Colorado has one. Connecticut has one. Utah has one. And we didn't speak about the GDPR. And just think that all of that can be applied to you if you're going to have, let's say, you sell refrigerators. You have a big site to sell refrigerators. But one customer is coming from Utah, one customer is coming from Virginia, one is coming from California, and the last one coming from France. Houston, we have a problem. Because without minding, you have all these regulations on your head. Look at that. Directors have a duty to oversight the cybersecurity. You know what? You know what? What is wrong about that? Directors doesn't know the oversight. Most of them, directors specifically, doesn't know the oversight side. Because you guys, you know, I'm the head of the second degree, the master's degree in the Own Academic College for Cybersecurity in the MBA program. And all my students are going through a course of being a senior director, cyber expert. Because managers doesn't know to ask the right questions in order to know whether their organization is safe enough or not safe enough against cyber. You guys, all of the guys in here, coming from tech, coming from law, coming from the police, coming from whatever, you can be the director who's going to ask the right question. And I think that in this very short while, you're going to see a cyber expert as a director in every medium business, not to mention the big one. Developers, those who like the free and the open source software. So not only you have to now to look at all of the licenses of all of the open source code that you use, otherwise somebody can sue you because you used it not according to the common whatever, common license or common corporation, whatever license there is. And there are more than 1,900 different licenses in open source. Not only that, now there's also privacy limitation about that. If you thought that open source is free from concerns, free from pain, it's only free in writing. That's all. Nothing more than that. Look at that. And that, you know, that most of the big companies, and I had my share of chasing money all over the world in business email compromise, BEC, you know that? stop me if you don't know one of the issues. Because if able to compromise, president stings. Lots of businesses fell in these stings, and they tried to keep it quiet, even though it was very, very expensive. But now, look at that. In phone call, with deep fake, 35 million. 35 million. You authorize that in deep fake. You cannot rely even on Zoom conversation with somebody because maybe the other guy or the other woman on the other side, he's an AI fake. This is you guys. Responsibility. You know, in every crisis management, and if I'm talking too much, please stop me. In every crisis management, you have the 4 phases of grief. First of all, deny. Deny. You come to somebody and you tell him, listen, the guy in the last row, I'm telling you, you're not listening to me now, and you're going to have a cyber crisis. Now we're in the middle of a cyber crisis. And this customer is telling you, listen, I know you want to earn money, and I like you a lot, but I have no cyber crisis. This is something I can confront with myself. I can solve this. And he's wasting the golden hours in which he can do something before all his files are going to be encrypted, before the money is getting out, before most of the data is leaked, because he in the denial phase. After the denial comes the anger. After the anger comes the despair. It's just like, God forbid, when somebody died in your family. The same 4 stages. And your responsibility is to explain the decision makers that don't deny now, you are in a crisis. So the responsibility lies on them, without denial. Let's change the point of view. I want you to see that. The cyber crisis is no longer a matter of if but when. Therefore, the better part is safe enough. Who said that? Well, cyber crisis is not merely a technological issue. It is fundamentally a crisis of management and managing cyber risks. This is a call for managers. In order to manage a cyber crisis, you don't have to be a tech guy. You know what? You have to be somebody who is not a tech guy. You have to be a manager. Why? Because cyber crisis is a 3D chess. You have 3 dimensions in a cyber crisis. First, the organization. You want to keep the organization alive. Second, the stakeholders. And every stakeholder wants something else. The shareholders want their company to exist, to survive. The CEO wants to survive the year that he can retire with his bonus. All of the C-level want the CEO not to fire them, especially the CTO and the CISO, not to fire them now, and they wish it could last 6-7 months so they can say that they fired themselves instead of somebody fired them on that defeat. The customers want the thing that they bought from you and didn't get it to them, or the service. The suppliers want the money. Everybody wants something else, and you have to be the slave of all of these stakeholders in one of the dimensions. Only one of the dimensions. And the regulators. The regulators. You have the security and the SEC or whatever, I don't know what it is in India, but on your head, because you have to report. You have to report the stock exchange on what happened. But you don't want to do that because you're in the verge of IPO. And I had a cyber crisis just like that. A company that was on on just starting IPO in NASDAQ had a cyber crisis that one of the Amazon buckets was not defined correctly, and lots of invoices were leaked. And the thing is that if you take enough invoices, you can know what was the salary of each and one of the workers who worked on the invoice. And the salary is privacy. And privacy is a problem. So the privacy authority said, wait a minute, don't report, because we want to know whether we can stop the thing before the report is going out, and everybody will go look that on the dark web to see who earns what. So two regulators think differently. And you know, when two regulators think differently, it ends up with a feast, and you in the rule of the land. This is cyber private statement. If you don't, how many of you never saw that? These are the problems. You have, first of all, you have the IR and tech. IR and tech in here. IR intelligence. You have the legal forensics. You have the spokesman or the spokeswoman. HR is very important because the HR guy or girl, they are the one who stand in front of these stakeholders. They are the one who gives all of their employees a list of sentences of what to say. Because one stupid worker can say something to a very, very, very hard-working journalist, and you're going to have that in the news without any control. So the HR guy is the one, he's the kid with the finger in the hole in the neck. Regulators, privacy, GSC, which is governance, risk and compliance, all of that. Risk management. What are the risks that you're facing? Finance representation, cyber and investor client, and professional negotiator. By the way, what is the role of the negotiator? Where's the role of the negotiator? To negotiate? No, it's not this role. What is the role of the negotiator? What is the role of the what?
Where you go and negotiate with the actor
No, because most of the ransomware are not for ransom. Most of the ransomware are state-sponsored group that want to cause damages. And if it's a group that wants money, you're going to pay them in the beginning. No negotiation either. The negotiation person is the one who gives you information about the motivation of the attackers. And this information is very important. Because if you're dealing with Moses staff, which is an Iranian group, you know that you have nobody to speak to. Just close all the gates, close all the ports, close all the servers, and go home and start your bodies. Start the days. Start counting your days. But if it's another one, like Lockbit, heard about Lockbit? By the way, you know that Lockbit now, after a very successful series of actions against Lockbit, one of the treasures that the authorities found was the list of everybody who paid Lockbit. So now they're going to take that and they're going to do one of two things. Either they're going to make a walk of shame. You know, shame, it's one of the tools of the regulators. Shame. Or they're going to take them, all of them, to the SEC because they didn't report on the incident. They rather paid for the ransom. So, Lockbit, you don't need the negotiators because either way you're going to pay them. But this is a cyber paradise. Hey, you have got all of these good people around the table. But again, the legal battlefield is the one in which the cyber crisis is won or lost. You know what? Because technologically, most of the time, you will survive. But then come the class actions. Then come the privacy and the regulators. And that's what kills. That's what kills. Now I'm going to show you 2 slides, and I'm going to finish with that because I don't have enough time. Okay, even unless you want me to continue. Don't be shy. Go down on the stage. Okay, I'm going to show you 2 slides that are going to be yours and mine secret. This slide, can you make it as a traditional slide? This slide is what you should do in order to wrap legally the cyber crisis. Wrap it in a good way. Because from the technological point of view, I have no aspirations to teach you nothing. But in here, first of all, you have to have a real-time involvement in the crisis and the supervision of the lawyers on the IR team. And they have to lay their attorney-client privilege on the IR team. You know why? Because the IR team are witness number 1 in the class action or in the trial against the company. So the IR team is going to be a part of the legal team, so everything they do has attorney-client privilege. Second, counseling and defending corporation and its organs involving GRC, governance, risk, compliance, and the process of balance privacy and class action consideration. You have to write the bill of defense of the organization while working. That means that you guys, if you're going to attack people to understand what happened, be careful. Because you can dig in places that won't help the organization. It maybe will help the truth, but nobody gives a damn about the truth. Because you have to keep the organization alive. So you can't dip deeper in places that are not really necessary. So every time you have to ask the lawyer, should I go down, should I dig down, or even more than that, in order to understand what happened? Because the lawyer is writing the bill of defense of the organization in the crisis, during the crisis, not after. Connect with the regulators. You have to be always in a very sincere and very close connection with the regulator. Why? Because if you're going to be with such a relation, you're going to be the one who feeds them with information, instead of them coming to your server and devour all of the evidence. You have to be the one who feeds them. But you have to be sincere. You have to be sincere. Because at the end, the regulators want the company to continue to exist. You have the same will, but you come from different sides. Remember that. recovery of assets. From the beginning of the crisis, you have to locate all of the assets, money, shares, land, information. And you have to locate it and get it back. If you have a crisis of a frustrated worker that now is reading a lot of information outside, this is your main objective, the first thing that you have to do. Recover all of the assets. Not repair the machines. Recover the assets or stop the leakage. Even if it hurts the machines. You guys, you love your machines. You love your computers. You pet them at night. Oh, look at my new Mac, it's so beautiful. Look. Kill the machines. First of all, the assets. And at the end, you have to remember that after you did all that, you hand everything to the regular representatives, the regular people, and you hand also your conclusion to the CTO, the CIO, the CISO, because they going to live with the consequences. They will continue to work. You don't replace them. And another slide I'm going to share with you. Preparedness. If you want to be safe enough, and I'll finish with that. I'm going to finish with that and do the more slides. If you want to be safe enough, you have to act according to the business judgment rule. What is the business judgment rule? This is a rule that starts in the courts of Delaware in the United States and become a world-known principle. That rule says that if the decision makers want to defend themselves from any derivative litigation of afterwards, they have to make a decision with two things in the mind. First of all, the decision was for the benefit of the organization. Second, the decision was, well, they were informed. They didn't make a decision by intuition. There's no intuition in something. You have to be informed. You have to act for information. If you did these two, you are defended. You have a defense. But preparedness is also a very good defense. These are the 5 stages of how you prepare an organization to cyber crisis that may not come. First of all, you analyze the organization, the type of organization. A hospital is not a bank. They are different. The structure, the interfaces. With whom? Hospital has lots of interfaces, lots of computers, undetected. It's not like a bank, which is different. The technology and it's called the legal and regulatory ecosystem. Which ministries are involved? Ministry of Health, Ministry of Trade, and more. Gap analysis, GRC, governance, risk and compliance, cyber defense and privacy, all of these you have to see, you see the gap between what exists and what should be. This is the gap, and this is the second thing. Third, preparing organization, legal system to work in emergency. Your organization, when you come to any organization, you should ask them, can you penetrate the computers that were increased? Did the employee get a general consent that the computer is not his, it's yours, and the company mailbox, it's yours and not his, and you can penetrate them whenever you want in order to see whether there are viruses or something? Do you have that? Most organizations doesn't have that. And when a frustrated worker is finishing the organization, they are blind, they can't see what he's writing from his own mailbox in his work. There are much more than that, but that's just an example. Final report and action items. And at the end, conduct don't have to think when the crisis is coming. They have a book. So this is safe enough. I have more. At the end of the presentation, you can see this is me and Harish. This is our website, and we are more than happy to help you in anything that you want. Any question for them? Question, guys, girls, somebody? And the last one, I have no questions. Oh, yes.
Hello. First of all, sir, thank you very much for such an informative talk. So as far as my understanding goes, the principles of crisis management can be very well applied to the organization point of view. But my question is, can these principles be applied when it comes to the government as a whole? Because when government comes to the picture, the whole picture changes, because there is no any one stakeholder, but many stakeholders, and there is no single point of someone who can be made responsible. Like for example, in case of an organization, a CTO or CEO can be held responsible for any cyber crisis. But when in case of government organization, no single person can be made responsible. So how can these principles be applied to such government entities or government as a whole? Thank you, sir.
Very good question. I'm going to give you an example. 3 years ago, the Iranian group penetrated a big company with lots of websites in the servers. One of them was the website of the gay community. So after the media in Israel helped them to realize what they had in their hands, because they said the gay community big website was hacked. So the Iranians were very happy because, you know, gays are not very common, very respected. So the government came and said, listen, this is an incident that is way beyond your shoulders. They wanted to take the incident to their responsibility. So the first thing was, we recruited few retired generals, we put them in the table, and we told the government, listen, we know what we are doing, see who is at the table, let us work. And they did let us work. More than that, we hired a very big government relation office. And one of the committees of the Knesset, the parliament, he came and he asked why the government is not doing anything while a state-sponsored attack group like Moldestad and others are doing such damages to Israeli website. And all of the debate, all of the discussion was about the fact that they do nothing, not about the question whether it is or it isn't an attack group that is state-sponsored. It's very hard to recruit them. So we took this protocol, and when the first class action came from gays, who told us, listen, your negligence made us go out of the closet. So we told them, listen, see the parliament evolve. It was Iran. It was a state. How can I, as a private entity, can confront the state? And the court ruled the class action not to be one. So not only we joined forces with the government, we also used the government in order to win in another one of the three-dimensional chess testing. More questions, girls? Okay, thank you very much.
I request Shri Pranav Prakasa, social political activist, Bihar, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Advocate Ravi Tamam sir. Thank you, sir. I would like to introduce our next speaker, Shri Pranab Prakash sir, Uttar political activist, Bihar. Shri Pranab Prakash sir is a well-known socio-political activist based in Nalanda, Bihar. He is a technocrat turned activist holding a BTech and MS degree in computer science and having worked in various positions in multiple countries before committing to the cause of rural India. He is passionate about societal change and civic engagement and is dedicated to making use of his technology expertise for the betterment of the society. So I request you to come on stage. I request Shri Nishant Kumar Shekhar sir, Scientist D at C-DAC Patna, to please welcome Shri Pranab Prakash sir.
All the dignitaries, welcome to Nalanda, the land of Buddha, Mahavir, Chanakya, Chandragupta and Ashoka. The land of knowledge and change. History has proved that a spark from Nalanda can transcend beyond any geographical boundaries. We are here in Japan as well. Let us strike up a discussion to ignite something, a spark with the power to inspire change and enhance security in the digital era, especially in the vast rural areas of India. Forgive me, I was very much involved somewhere in few villages of Nalanda, and I have left my laptop somewhere there, and I don't have slides. So it's good for you also. I will be very short, and I'm a technocrat turned socio-political activist. That's what he has introduced to me, and that's true. And I am spending most of my time in villages. I still get up and read newspapers early in the morning. A few news I can remember. एक समाचार था, नालंदा के थरथरी और हिलसा थाना के दर्जनों गांवों से साइबर ठगों द्वारा ठगी। सुबह सुबह अखबार पढ़ने की आदत है और मुझे ये समाचार सुनने को मिला। 1 करोड़ से ज्यादा की ठगी हुई थी। ऐसे समाचार आते ही रहते हैं। शायद हमारे लिए यह रूटीन न्यूज है, मगर एक बार आप सोचे उन गरीब पीड़ितों के बारे में जिसकी पूरी भविष्य तबाह हो जाती है। एक वैसा ही समाचार था, अभी तो मैंने बहुत अच्छी बातें कही नालंदा के बारे में, एक वैसी ही बात थी, समाचार था नालंदा के नालंदा के कतरी सराय में सालों पहले चर्म रोग के खात्मे समेत कई जटिल रोगों को जड़ से ठीक करने के नाम पर लोगों को पोस्ट के माध्यम से दवाइयां भेजकर ठगने का काम किया जाता था। लेकिन वहां भी अब एक शिफ्ट हुआ। अब यह साइबर ठगी का अड्डा है और ये कतरी सराय हमारे नालंदा में ही है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली हार्डली 10 kilometers away from the place where we are sitting right now. साथ ही वारसलीगंज की सीमा से सटा शेखपुरा, ये भी समाचार है जो मैंने सुबह सुबह पढ़ा। वारसलीगंज की सीमा से सटा शेखपुरा जिले का शेखुपुर सराय, नालंदा का गिरिया, कतरी सराय के छोटे छोटे दर्जनों गांव कम पढ़े लिखे और उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त हाईली एजुकेटेड इंजीनियर्स, मास्टर ऑफ कंप्यूटर एप्लीकेशंस, BCA, इस तरह की एजुकेशन लिए हुए बच्चे ठगी में लिप्त हैं। उच्च शिक्षा प्राप्त बेरोजगार युवा क्यों ठगी करते हैं? Because we don't have strict law and they make a lot of money and glamour is there. They buy cars, they construct beautiful houses. तो ये मोटिवेट करता है और लोगों को, वो भी इस धंधे में जाते हैं। और अब तो पूरी फौज है हमारे नालंदा में, यहाँ से 10 किलोमीटर, और वो पूरे जो मगध रीजन है वो दूसरा जामताड़ा बनने जा रहा है। एंड फाइनली Amir Shubhani, an extraordinary student of statistics, who happens to be our chief secretary. He was topper of UPSC exam as well. Someone defrauded him with 60,000 rupees. It was an online fraud. So you can imagine about our rural population, how vulnerable they are. We have over 360 million people who are active internet users in rural India. And cyber criminals in rural India and urban areas have formed a deadly partnership that defrauds the gullible and naive people of the villages. अब मैं कुछ सिनेरियो की बात करता हूँ जो गांव में होता है. What happens in rural villages in India? There is a drought in the village. Life has become very difficult. A conman tells uneducated and underprivileged individuals that there is a new government scheme. This is pretty common. And they have to sign up immediately to avail that facility. It's an easy trap. और रोज ये चीजें हो रही हैं. Scenario number 2. A girl from a village receives a smartphone and eagerly uploads a couple of photographs. That photograph is morphed. A sly predator is on the hunt and capable of sextortion. That is also becoming very common, though it is unreported most of the times. Scenario 3. And this is very real, man. I am seeing it every day in villages. A peasant who rarely uses a smartphone is persuaded to purchase something from the internet store that appears to be very cheap. He might be more susceptible to supply chain scams, and it is also happening. Scenario number 4. A call is placed to an older individual living in remote area to update account information. And they say, come to the bank right now. You have some very serious problem in your bank account. And that poor old person, they are not able to travel. They give all the information over the phone. And then worst thing is these elderly people, they don't even know for a very long time that they have been duped. And they get on, long time. Scenario number 5. With the speed at which technology is developing, new threats will unavoidably surface. AI can now duplicate a voice very fast. See, it's happening right now. Someone in a village calls a relative and takes his voice sample, and then he makes a call again with that voice, to that person, his relative, the victim, the target. He will think that his relative is calling. And these things will start pretty soon. So you technocrats, you have the responsibility to find the solution. Who are vulnerable? In villages, the most vulnerable people are who upgrade their phones to a smartphone. Then women in rural areas, they hardly do any financial transactions. They don't know about banking, and they get a phone, they get banking app loaded on it, and many of the times they lose money. You will be surprised to know the data that one study released in May 2022 by Nelson revealed that female users' growth in the last 2 years is a whopping 61% as compared to male users who grew at 24%. So you can see that how many women, more number of women are using mobile, that too smartphones. Many of the times young girls are also very vulnerable. Young girls using a smartphone for the first time, especially teenagers, does not know where to draw a line. They are innocent, and they may sometimes fall prey to these predators. Then elderly people with less exposure, that I have already told you, and then farmers and poor people who are after government schemes, So these are the problems. Probably you also know. Urban problems are pretty similar. So what are the measures that can be taken to enhance cybersecurity? I have noted down few of them. I have lost my laptop, so I cannot elaborate much. So the first thing, what I think that we should optimize our strength and work in synergy. We have many agencies. Government is already working on it, but we have to do it, more effectively. Then government schemes. There are more than 150 government schemes for villagers. So these government schemes should be implemented strictly through certified service providers. They might be CSC, or they might appoint village volunteers, and they can do the capacity building for those village volunteers. And if someone is getting some call, they can get it verified through them. And for all government schemes, it should be mandatory that data should be taken by CSC or that certified volunteer. Then government reach out program should be standardized. Only few certified private players should be involved. Then we should use large language models or generative AI. They have talked it already, risk detection and mitigation. Now if villager is lured with some lucrative offers like free products, discount, cash rewards, there should be a verification process, what I told you. That there should be a guy who is a volunteer or CSC where he can go and find out what is the truth. Then it should be cheap also. They should have a very small charges for it, 2 rupees, 10 rupees kind of, so that they get motivated to verify these kind of attempt of cyber threat. Then we have to do capacity building of these institutions which are present in villages, like common CSC and we can use panchayat also, we can use government bodies also. Then communication network should be a little different. Right now what is happening, I have seen it personally. If you have a problem, if someone has cheated you, to file an FIR is so difficult and cumbersome. It's very difficult, and it takes at least 2-3 hours for a peasant, for a villager. So it is very important that we should divide it into stages. In the first stage, you should have minimal information so that action starts immediately. And if that guy is mobile, he is moving, then someone can track them. Now, one big problem which can be solved with encryption, all the government scheme forms that can be encrypted. So, whatever information they are taking, it should be encrypted, So, they cannot copy it later on. What happens right now, they write on, papers and they make Xerox of it. So, and later on, they sell it in open market. Even CSCs, and all these small facility centers, they are doing that. And later on, it is getting, misused by fraudsters, and they do cyber crimes with those information. I have more to say, but I think time is very limited. But one solution, I heard that government is coming up, a true collar kind of, system should be there. It should be a government initiative that should be there. Then I see APIs in government ports anyway. It's a long story, and what I wish that you all technocrats, you all guys, you are capable enough to make changes, to prevent our, villagers from cyber frauds. And thank you very much. Such a beautiful, event it was. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Shri Gyan Pratipat, Scientist B at C-DAC Patna, to kindly present a token of gratitude to Shri Prakash sir. With this, we come to the end of today's session. A short cultural night will be starting shortly at the Open Air Theatre, and all of you are encouraged to join. We'll meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. with another series of knowledge-packed sessions. I request all of you to please rise for the national anthem. Thank you. Jai Hind.
क्या करें